Hey dreamers, imagine relaxing in bed as you prepare to embrace the transformative power of sleep. You can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. But each time you listen to these stories, people say they become like an old friend. You just find yourself drifting asleep quicker and easier and sleeping comfortably through the night. And with your eyes closed, you don't have to pay any attention to the way your body is preparing for sleep, the way you're beginning to relax as a mind and body, the way you seem to almost be breathing in peace and calm and breathing out any stress and tension. You can just focus on absorbing yourself into the story, like tuning in to an area of stillness in your mind. And you can always keep in mind that when you hear me telling these stories, then you can let go of wakefulness and drift into the most pleasant sleep. And you can imagine a calming light flowing through you as you begin to enter the first stage of sleep, allowing that stillness to set in and the muscles to relax, like enjoying the ever-present comfort of your bed lulling you gently asleep. So as you listen to me and drift asleep, you may find yourself falling asleep before you realize, or realizing you're falling asleep and trying to stay awake for a moment. And that's okay. You can let go, relax, and just enjoy the process of drifting asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to comfortably drift asleep. And I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in the quaint village of Kingswell, where the streets whispered tales of yesteryears and the air hummed with the gentle cadence of a serene life, there stood a charming little bakery, a haven of delightful aromas and heart-warming flavours. And this was the world of Nyra Bloomfield, a baker whose hands wove magic into dough and whose heart sang in harmony with the others' rhythmic warmth. And Nyra's bakery nestled like a pearl amidst the cobblestone streets, was a tapestry of sensory delights. Its windows, kissed by the morning sun, glimmered with a welcoming glow, casting dancing reflections like liquid gold upon the walls. The scent of freshly baked bread, rich and comforting, swirled around the bakery, embracing each visitor in a warm, invisible hug. It was a place where the air was always thick with the sweet melody of rising yeast and the buttery symphony of golden crusts. Inside the bakery was a sanctuary of tranquility, its walls adorned with paintings of lush green fields and wild flowers, a sign of Nyra's deep connection with nature. The wooden floors, polished by the footsteps of countless customers, bore the soft patina of time. Each creak and groan a whisper of stories untold. The display counter, a treasure trove of culinary jewels, showcased an array of pastries and breads, each a small masterpiece crafted with love and care. Nyra, with her apron dusted in flour, moved gracefully around her kingdom, a ballet of effortless motions. Her hands, skilled and gentle, shaped the dough with the tenderness of a sculptor. The oven, her loyal ally, hummed a steady tune, its warmth infusing life into each creation. Baking was not just a job for Nyra, it was her calling, a dance of passion and artistry, a ritual that connected her to the very essence of nature. Every ingredient she used was a whisper of the earth, from the golden wheat harvested under the watchful eye of the summer sun, to the rich, creamy butter churned from the milk of grass-fed cows. Even the water, crystal clear and pure, seemed to carry within it the secret melodies of hidden streams. Each loaf of bread was a celebration of the earth's bounty, a harmonious union of simplicity and complexity. Nyra's love for baking was entwined with her love for nature. She often wandered through the meadows and woods surrounding Kingswell, her senses drinking in the beauty around her. The rustling leaves spoke to her in hushed tones, and the chirping birds composed symphonies that resonated with her soul. In these quiet moments, she found inspiration for her baking. Her recipes infused with the essence of the flora and fauna that flourished in abundance. And as the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a golden hue over the village, Nyra's bakery became a hub of activity. The bell above the door tinkled merrily with each new visitor, a symphony of hellos and good mornings. Regulars exchanged pleasantries, their voices mingling with the comforting background sounds of the bakery. The clink of cups, the rustle of paper bags, and the soft thud of loaves being placed on the cooling racks. Nyra greeted each customer with a smile as warm as the oven's embrace. Her eyes sparkling with genuine affection. For her, the bakery was more than just a place of business. It was a place of community and connection, where stories were shared over cups of tea and slices of cake. Each person who walked through the door was not just a customer, but a part of her extended family, a thread in the rich tapestry of her life. And as the day wore on, Nyra found comfort in the familiar rhythm of her work, the kneading, shaping, and baking, a meditative process that soothed her soul. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction watching people enjoy her creations, their faces lighting up with each bite. Their smiles a silent nod to the magic of her baking. And as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Nyra stood by the window, looking out at the quiet streets of Kingswell. Her heart was full of gratitude for the simple yet profound joys that life had offered her. In this small bakery, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of human connections, she had found her calling, her purpose and her peace. And as the sun continued to dip lower in the sky, casting its long shadows like silent, stretching cats across the cobblestone streets of Kingswell, Nyra's bakery continued to buzz with the gentle hum of village life. The golden afternoon light streamed through the windows, painting everything with a warm, honeyed glow. The air inside was a tapestry of scents, the sweet aroma of cinnamon rolls, the rich, earthy smell of freshly ground coffee, and the comforting fragrance of baking bread. And Nyra moved through her bakery with the grace of a swan gliding gently across a still lake. Her movements a harmonious blend of purpose and artistry. Every shelf was a canvas displaying her baked masterpieces, golden crusted loaves, delicate pastries adorned with fruit like precious gems, and cookies that held the promise of buttery bliss. And the laughter and chatter of her customers filled the air like a gentle spring breeze rustling through the leaves of conversation and camaraderie. And in this serene world, a figure appeared at the door, casting a long shadow that crept across the floor like an uninvited chill. It was Mr. Harrows, the landlord. His presence, like a dark cloud on a summer's day. His footsteps, a stark contrast to the ballet of baking and banter, sounded like distant thunder, ominous and foreboding. And Nyra greeted Mr. Harrows with a cautious smile, the kind one reserves for unexpected winter frosts. His face was as unreadable as a closed book, his eyes like the leaden sky before a storm. He cleared his throat, a sound that seemed to echo ominously through the bakery. "I have some news, Nyra," Mr. Harrows began, his voice as dry as autumn leaves. Due to rising costs and market demands, I'm afraid I have to increase the rent for the bakery. His words fell like heavy raindrops, each one a harbinger of a brewing tempest. Nyra felt a tightness in her chest, like the strings of a violin pulled too taut. For the bakery was not just her livelihood, it was her heart, her soul, a symphony of dreams kneaded and baked to perfection. The thought of losing it was like envisioning a sky without stars, unimaginable and bleak. The bakery, once filled with the music of everyday life, now seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with tension. Customers who until moments ago were immersed in the bliss of sweet treats now cast sympathetic glances towards Nyra. Their eyes held stories of storms weathered and battles fought, a silent chorus of support and solidarity. Nyra, standing amidst her kingdom of flour and sugar, felt a deep sense of foreboding. The rent hike was like a mountain rising before her, its peak shrouded in mists of uncertainty. but within her a flame of determination flickered, stubborn as the last star on a dawn sky. She had built this bakery from a mere seed of hope, watered it with passion, and nurtured it with hard work. She was not about to let it wither under the shadow of adversity. Mr. Harrows, noticing the resolve in Nyra's eyes, added, "I'm sorry, Nyra. I know how much this place means to you. But my hands are tied." His voice, though soft, felt like a cold wind snuffing out the warm glow of the bakery. After he left, Nyra stood in silent contemplation. The bakery, her enchanted realm, felt different now. The ovens still radiated warmth. The dough still rose in quiet defiance, and the pastries still glistened like jewels under the soft light. But the magic seemed dimmed, like a landscape waiting for the rain to pass. Nyra's mind raced with thoughts and worries, swirling like leaves in an autumn gust. How would she manage the increased rent? Could she find a way to keep her dream alive? The questions hung in the air, unanswered, like riddles whispered by the wind. As the day gave way to the velvet embrace of night, Nyra began to close up her bakery. She wiped the counters with a gentle touch, each stroke a caress for the wary heart of her beloved sanctuary. The clink of dishes and the soft rustling of cleaning cloths were her companions in thought. A quiet orchestra playing a symphony of contemplation. The bell above the door rang its final note as the last customer departed, leaving Nyra alone with her thoughts. The bakery, now quiet, was a cocoon, sheltering her as she pondered her next steps. In the stillness, she could hear the faint heartbeat of her bakery, a rhythm that echoed her own, resilient, hopeful, unyielding. Nyra locked the door, turning the key with a resolve that echoed in her heart. She knew the road ahead would be challenging, but like the sturdy oaks that stood sentinel in the village square, she would not bend to the whims of the wind. To her, her bakery was more than just a place of business. It was a sign of her spirit, the canvas where she painted her dreams with flour and sugar. And as she walked home under the starlit sky, Nyra felt a quiet strength building within her. The twinkling stars seemed to whisper words of encouragement. Each one a beacon of hope in the vast tapestry of the universe. She knew that, come what may, she would find a way to keep the heart of her bakery beating, because it was the heart of her very own dreams. And as the night draped its star-studded mantle over Kingswell, Nyra Bloomfield walked along the cobblestone paths, her mind a tumultuous sea, waves of worry and determination crashing against the shores of her resolve. The moon, a silvery sentinel in the sky, bathed the village in a serene glow, casting its elongated shadows that danced like quiet spectres along her path. Her bakery, now a nest of uncertainties, lay behind her, yet its essence clung to her like the lingering fragrance of freshly baked bread. Nyra's steps led her to the doorstep of her dear friend, Mary, whose home was a tapestry of blooming flowers and ivy-clad walls. A Mary with a wisdom as deep as the ocean, and a heart as warm as a summer's day, was more than a friend to Nyra. She was a confidant, a beacon in times of storm. As Nyra knocked on the weathered wooden door, it opened to reveal Mary's welcoming smile, a comforting balm to Nyra's troubled heart. Inside Mary's home was a haven of tranquility, the air rich with the scent of lavender and rosemary. As they sat by the crackling fire, its flames dancing like playful sprites, Nyra poured out her heart. Her words spilling like raindrops in a spring shower. Mary listened, her eyes reflecting the fire's glow, a wellspring of empathy and understanding. And Nara's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke of Mr. Harrow's visit and the looming threat to her cherished bakery. It's like being caught in a storm, with no shelter in sight, she admitted, her hands clasped tightly like leaves bracing against the wind. And Mary, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, replied, "Remember, Nyra, after the fiercest storms, the sun always shines the brightest. You have the strength of the mightiest oak and the heart of the kindest soul. And together we'll find a way through this." and strengthened by Mary's words, Nyra felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Like the first rays of dawn dispelling the night's shadows. And Mary suggested they seek counsel from their circle of friends, believing in the power of unity and shared wisdom. And together they set out for the local tavern, a place where laughter flowed as freely as the ale and stories were traded like precious jewels. In the tavern, a rustic symphony of wood and stone was a hive of activity, its atmosphere a blend of merriment and camaraderie. The warmth from the hearth spread through the room like a tender embrace, chasing away the chill of the night. Patrons gathered around tables, their faces illuminated by candlelight, each flicker a tiny beacon of fellowship. Nyra and Mary found their friends gathered in a cosy corner. A collection of familiar faces, woven with smiles and concern. As Nyra recounted her plight, her friends listened intently, their expressions a mix of sympathy and resolve. The tavern, with its wooden beams and stone walls, seemed to absorb her words, each stone like a silent witness to their gathering. And the conversation ebbed and flowed like a gentle river. Ideas and suggestions mingling with words of encouragement and support. Nyra's friends, a kaleidoscope of personalities and talents, offered their unique perspectives. Each idea a spark in the darkness of her worries. The tavern alive with the music of friendship, seemed to wrap around them, a cocoon of solidarity and shared purpose. Their words, infused with optimism and strength, were like a melody that soothed Nyra's anxious heart. She felt a renewed sense of determination, a resolute conviction that together they could weather any storm. The tavern, with its laughter and camaraderie, was like a lighthouse guiding her through the fog of uncertainty. And as the evening wore on, and the tavern's candles burned low, casting long, dancing shadows, Nyra felt a profound gratitude for her friends, their unwavering support was like a fortress, shielding her from the buffeting winds of doubt. They reminded her that in the heart of the community, she would always find a haven of hope and strength. And with a heart buoyed by the love and support of her friends, Nyra bid them farewell, stepping out into the cool embrace of the night. The stars above twinkled like a chorus of celestial guides. Their light a gentle reminder of the enduring beauty and resilience of the human spirit. And as she walked back to her home, the worries that had once weighed heavily on her heart now felt lighter, like leaves carried on a gentle breeze. She knew the path ahead might be fraught with challenges, but with the support of her friends and the strength of her own spirit, she was ready to face whatever the future held. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon of Kingswell, painting the sky in hues of soft pink and lavender. Nyra Bloomfield awoke to a world washed in the gentle glow of the early morning sun. It was a rare, crisp morning, a delightful respite from the customary rain. With the sky so clear it seemed as if one could see into eternity. And Nyra lay in bed for a moment, allowing the tranquility of the morning to seep deeply and comfortably into her bones, rejuvenating her spirit like a soothing elixir. And rising from her bed, she dressed in comfortable attire, her movements as fluid as the gentle breeze that whispered through the slightly ajar window. And she ate a simple breakfast, with every bite of her homemade bread slathered with a layer of sweet berry jam, being a reminder of her deep connection to the craft of baking. Each mouthful a reaffirmation of her love for her bakery. And with those first rays of the sun casting the most beautiful golden tapestry across the village, Nyra set off for the local market, a basket swinging gently in her hand. The air crisp and invigorating. A welcome embrace that cleared her mind and filled her lungs with the promise of a new day. And as she walked, the damp ground released a gentle mist, rising like ethereal spirits, greeting the morning sun. A mystical dance between earth and sky. And the market was just beginning to stir. Vendors setting up their stalls, their goods an array of vibrant colours and enticing aromas. The air was alive with the sounds of commerce and conversation, a symphony of human interaction, harmonizing with the natural world around them. The sense of fresh produce, baked goods, and blooming flowers mingled in the air. Creating an olfactory web of scents that tantalized the senses. And Nyra meandered through the stalls, her eyes taking in the bounties of nature's pantry. And she carefully selected ingredients for her bakery. Plump, juicy berries that glistened like precious gems. Herbs that whispered tales of fragrant fields and sun-drenched gardens. And each item she placed in her basket demonstrated her commitment to quality and her dedication to her craft. And as she continued to peruse the market, Nyra's ears caught snippets of a conversation that piqued her interest. Two elderly women, their voices a soft blend of mystery and excitement, spoke of a magical mushroom rumoured to be the most incredible flavour enhancer. Just a few shavings capable of transforming the taste of any dish. And they spoke of its elusive nature and its healing properties. Their words steeped in awe and wonder. And Nyra listened, a curiosity ignited like a flame in the darkness. The idea of such a mushroom capable of revitalizing her bakery and offering something truly unique to her customers was an alluring prospect. She approached the woman, her voice soft and inquisitive, seeking more information about this mystical ingredient. The women, their faces etched with the wisdom of years, shared what little they knew. The mushroom was a thing of legend, its origins shrouded in mystery. And they spoke of rumours and old wives' tales, but no concrete knowledge of where it could be found. It was a tantalizing enigma, a culinary holy grail that seemed just out of reach. As Nyra thanked the women and continued her shopping, her mind whirled with possibilities. The magical mushroom could be the key to saving her bakery, a beacon of hope in her sea of worries. She resolved to visit the ancient library after closing the bakery that day, determined to unearth any information that could lead her to this wondrous ingredient. And with her basket now brimming with fresh, high-quality ingredients, Nyra made her way to the bakery, her steps light with renewed purpose. The morning sun, now higher in the sky, bathed the village in a warm, golden light, like a silent cheerleader for her quest. And upon reaching her bakery, Nyra unlocked the door, her heart swelling with love for the little haven she'd created. She busied herself with the day's preparations, the familiar routines, a comforting dance that anchored her in the present. And as the first customers of the day entered, greeted by the inviting aroma of fresh baking and Nyra's warm smile, she felt a surge of gratitude. To Nyra, her bakery was more than a business. It was a part of her soul, a place where she could share her passion and creativity with the world. And as the afternoon light filtered softly through the bakery windows, casting a gentle golden glow upon the array of pastries and breads, Nyra found herself increasingly distracted by the ticking of the old clock on the wall. Its rhythmic ticking was a constant reminder of her impending quest. Each tick and tock, a step closer to the ancient library and the secrets that it held. Around her, the bakery hummed with the usual afternoon activity, the comforting sound of dough being kneaded, the sweet aroma of cakes baking in the oven, and the cheerful chatter of customers. Yet amidst this familiar symphony, Nyra's thoughts were adrift, sailing towards the enigmatic tale of the magical mushroom. And the day wore on, with Nyra serving her regulars, exchanging smiles and pleasantries, all the while feeling like a performer awaiting her cue to a much anticipated scene. She wrapped loaves in brown paper, their crusts still warm and crackling, and decorated pastries with a flourish, each a masterpiece of her culinary art. But her mind was elsewhere, lost in the maze of possibilities that the evening's search might unfold. And finally, as the sun began its descent, bathing Kingswell in a twilight embrace, Nyra hung her apron behind the door, its fabric still carrying the scent of flour and butter. She locked the bakery with a sense of expectation, the key turning in the lock, like the turning of a page in an unwritten chapter of her story. And stepping out into the cooling evening, Nyra made her way to the library. The streets of Kingswell were quiet now. The hustle and bustle of the day settling into a peaceful lull. The sky was a canvas of deep blues and purples, streaked with the last remnants of sunset. The air held the promise of the coming night, a blend of cooling temperatures and the subtle scent of blooming night flowers. and upon entering the ancient library, Nyra was immediately enveloped by its hallowed atmosphere. The air was thick with the essence of centuries old wisdom, that smell of old books. The walls lined with books that held the whispers of ages past. She wandered down aisle after aisle, her eyes scanning titles and her fingers trailing over leather-bound spines. Each book felt like a doorway to another land, behind which lay answers to questions yet unasked. But as the hours slipped by, her initial eagerness was met with frustration. The library, vast and labyrinthine, seemed to hold every secret but the one that she sought. She delved into sections on ancient botany, folklore, and mystical remedies. Each book a siren's song of knowledge, yet none sang of the magical mushroom that she longed to discover. With a heavy heart, Nyra decided to leave, her steps echoing hollowly as she made her way to the exit. The library's grandeur, which had once filled her with awe, now seemed to mock her failed endeavour. The books, her silent companions in the search, stood as stoic witnesses to her disappointment. Each step she took away from the shelves felt like a retreat, a journey back to the reality where her bakery's future hung in the balance, untethered and uncertain. And as she reached the library doors, Nyra paused for a moment, her hand resting on the cool, weathered wood. She glanced back, her eyes tracing the shadowy rows of books, the dimly lit corridors that had promised so much yet yielded so little. And in that moment, she felt a kinship with every seeker who had walked these halls, each soul who had sought answers in the quiet sanctum of this ancient place. as Nyra stood at the library door, its ancient wood groaning softly under her touch as she gazed back into the library. A voice called out to her, halting her departure. It was the librarian, a wizened figure who seemed as much a part of the library as the books themselves. Her eyes, twinkling behind round spectacles, held the depth of knowledge and secrets untold. Nyra approached the librarian's desk, a sturdy oak sentinel amidst the sea of books. The librarian, with a knowing smile, asked about Nyra's quest and whether she'd found what she sought. Nyra's response, a soft sigh of resignation, floated in the air like a leaf drifting to the ground in autumn. The librarian's eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery as she mentioned the approaching closing time, and Nyra being the last patron in the library. There's a part of this library few know of, she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze carrying secrets. Follow me. Nyra's heart, a dormant ember, flickered with renewed hope as she followed the librarian through the labyrinth of bookshelves. They arrived at the back wall of the library, where the librarian reached for a seemingly ornamental candle nestled between two towering bookcases. And with a gentle tug, a hidden mechanism clicked, and one of the bookcases swung open slowly, gently, and silently, revealing a staircase descending into the shadows below. And as they descended, candles flickered to life along the walls, casting a warm, amber glow that illuminated a hidden chamber, almost counting themselves down those stairs from 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stepping into that chamber, the air was thick with the scent of ancient parchment and forgotten tales, a subterranean sanctuary of history's most guarded secrets. This secret section was a cavern of wonders, its walls lined with diamond-shaped shelves, cradling the oldest and rarest books and manuscripts in the land. Each tome and scroll was a custodian of forgotten lore, a beacon of time-honoured wisdom. The librarian guided Nyra to a specific wall where manuscripts as old as time itself slumbered in their alcoves. With a reverent touch, Nyra browsed the manuscripts, her fingers tracing the delicate, time-worn edges. And then, like a whisper in the night, a particular manuscript caught her attention. Its cover was unassuming, yet it beckoned to her with an inexplicable pull. And as she carefully unfurled the manuscript, Nyra found herself immersed in tales of ancient flora and mystical lands. The pages, a tapestry of faded ink and aged parchment, spoke of a magical mushroom hidden deep within a cave in the distant mountains of the land. The manuscript detailed its extraordinary properties, its power to enchant and heal, and the legends that shrouded its existence. And Nyra's heart raced as she absorbed the words. Each sentence a step closer to the salvation of her bakery. The manuscript, a beacon in the darkness of her plight, was a map to a treasure more valuable than gold. And with a heart brimming with gratitude, Nyra thanked the librarian, her voice a melody of hope and determination. The librarian, with a knowing nod, wished her luck on her quest, her eyes reflecting the flame of Nyra's newfound purpose. And as they ascended back to the main library, the secret chamber and its treasures faded into the shadows. The hidden world once again concealed beneath the surface. The librarian escorted Nyra to the library entrance, the heavy door creaking softly as it opened to the cool embrace of the evening. And stepping out into the night, Nyra felt as though she was leaving more than just a library. She was leaving a gateway to a new chapter in her story. The stars above, now brilliant in the inky sky, seemed to guide her, each one a silent companion on her journey home. And the walk back to her cottage was a contemplative one, her mind alive with plans and possibilities. The moon, a silver guardian, watched over her, its light a guiding path through the quiet streets of Kingswell. Upon reaching home, Nyra prepared for bed, her thoughts a whirlwind of excitement and anticipation as she drifted off to sleep, peacefully, deeply, serenely, the manuscript's words dancing in her dreams. A lullaby of adventure and discovery that promised a new dawn for her beloved bakery. And the next morning, Nyra awoke before the first light of dawn. The lingering echo of her dreams still vivid in her mind. Outside her window, the world was a canvas of shadow and whispering wind, as if nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation of her journey. She rose silently, feeling a symphony of butterflies fluttering in her stomach, their wings weaving a tapestry of excitement and apprehension. And in the stillness of her dining room, she unfurled a map across the old wooden table, its surface grooved with memories of countless meals and conversations. The map sprawled out like a dormant dragon, its contours and markings a mystical language waiting to be deciphered. And with a steady hand, Nyra traced a route from Kingswell through the heart of the enigmatic woodland towards the distant meadows that glowed in her imagination like fields of emerald and gold. She envisioned the journey up the imposing, towering cliffs and upwards into the mountains where the sky seemed close enough to reveal its oldest stories. And it was there in a hidden cave, veiled by time and legend, that the magical mushroom awaited. And as the sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, Nyra penned a list of supplies, each item a stepping stone on her path to saving her beloved bakery. She knew the forest would not be an easy adversary. It was a labyrinth of both beauty and mystery where every leaf and stone held a story. And with a heart full of purpose, Nyra stepped into the cool morning air, her breath dancing like wispy spirits in the chill. The bakery, once a beacon of warmth and delicious aromas, stood silent and expectant. She placed a notice on the door, her words a promise of return and adventure. Closed for a few weeks, on a quest to bring magic back to our doorstep. Keep the hearth warm for me, Nyra. Her hand lingered on the door, feeling the grain of the wood like an old friend's reassurance. The market of Kingswell was stirring to life as she arrived. Merchants unfurling their wares, like a parade of treasures. Nyra gathered her supplies, a sturdy rucksack filled with provisions that seemed to whisper tales of distant lands. A compass, its needle quivering with the heartbeat of the earth, and a cloak woven with the warmth of countless sunsets. Each item was a silent ally in her upcoming odyssey. Her visits to friends were tinged with emotions. Each goodbye was a delicate stitch in the fabric of her journey, a blend of sadness and hope. A friend, Mary, with eyes as deep as the night sky, promised to watch over the bakery and her cosy cottage, and to care for Whiskers, Nyra's mischievous cat, whose fur was as soft as twilight shadows. And as the day waned into evening, Nyra's cottage became a haven of warmth and laughter. Her friends gathered around the crackling fireplace, its flames dancing like jubilant spirits. They drank tea that steamed with the scent of distant mountains and spices, a brew that seemed to sing of their bond and shared memories. The room was filled with the tapestry of their voices, a melody of laughter, stories, and whispered hopes. And outside, the stars began to adorn the sky, each one a beacon of dreams and wishes. The fire's glow painted their faces with strokes of gold and amber, casting a spell of camaraderie and comfort. But as the night deepened, the fire dwindled to a lullaby of embers, and one by one, Nyra's friends departed, their farewells a gentle chorus that lingered in the air. Alone at the end of the night, Nyra gazed into the dying fire, its embers glowing like tiny suns in a vast universe. She felt a profound connection to the world around her, to the journey that awaited, and to the dreams that lay nestled in the heart of the mountains. With a deep, contented sigh, she rose, her spirit buoyed by the love of her friends and the promise of the adventure ahead. She retired to her bed, the blankets enveloping her like a cocoon of hope and determination. And as she drifted into sleep, her thoughts were a stream flowing towards tomorrow, towards the mystic woodlands, the singing meadows, and the ancient mountains. She's ready for the quest, ready to embrace the whispers of destiny. And as the first light of dawn painted the world in hues of soft pink and gentle gold, Nyra Bloomfield stood at the threshold of her cottage, her heart a vessel of courage and hope. The air of Kingswell, usually filled with the comforting scents of baking and the merry chatter of villagers, was now a quiet whisper, as if the village itself was holding its breath, bidding her a silent farewell. And with each step away from her beloved bakery in the cobblestone streets of Kingswell, Nyra felt as though she was stepping into the pages of an unwritten story, her path an unspooled ribbon of possibilities. The familiar sights and sounds of the village gradually faded into a watercolour memory, the outlines of her world softly blurring into the background. The meadows that fringed Kingswell were a symphony of colours and life. Tall grasses swayed like dancers, their movements choreographed by the whims of the breeze. Butterflies fluttered, their wings delicate tapestries of vibrant hues, each a tiny artist painting the air with strokes of freedom and grace. The chirping of birds formed a chorus of joy, their melodies a sign of the unbridled beauty of the natural world. As Nyra ventured deeper and deeper, the farmland gave way to a patchwork of wildflowers and ripening crops. Sunflowers stood tall and proud, their golden faces turned towards the sun, like loyal subjects basking in the glory of their radiant king. The scent of lavender and chamomile mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil, crafting an olfactory web that wrapped around Nyra, comforting yet invigorating. And approaching the woodland, the world transformed. The trees stood like ancient guardians, their branches like a cathedral ceiling stretched high above her. The transition was a gentle embrace. The air grew cooler, the light softer, filtered through the leaves like a patchwork of colour of emerald and jade. The woodland's sounds were a soothing lullaby. Rustling leaves whispered secrets of the forest, while distant animals called and echoed through the trees. The untold mysteries hidden within this forest's depths. And guided by the melodious sound of a stream, Nyra found her way through the embrace of these woods. And the stream was a silvery ribbon meandering lazily through the forest, its surface mirroring the dance of light and shadow. The gentle burble of water over rocks was a symphony, an ode to the timeless journey of nature. And by the stream, Nyra set up a modest camp. She unpacked her lunch, the simple meal, a feast in the embrace of the forest. The soothing sounds of the stream were a companion, its rhythmic flow a comforting presence in the solitude of the woods. She closed her eyes, allowing the symphony of nature to wash over her, each note a balm to her soul. The sky, a vast canvas above, soon wept gentle tears. The raindrops a tender caress upon the earth. The sound of rain on leaves was a gentle percussion, a natural orchestra, playing a serenade of renewal. And Nyra watched the raindrops kiss the surface of the stream, each creating ripples that danced away like fleeting moments in time. And with every raindrop, the forest's scent deepened. The air imbued with the fresh, clean fragrance of nature's bath. It was a scent that spoke of new beginnings, of the earth's unspoken promise to always flourish after the rain. And Nyra inhaled deeply, her lungs filling with the pure essence of the woodland. The rain came and went, a gentle reminder of nature's cycles. In its wake, the world seemed more alive, more vibrant. The greens of the leaves were deeper. The chorus of birds and insects more jubilant. Even the stream seemed to sing a livelier tune, its waters rejuvenated by the sky's blessing. And as the day waned, Nyra felt a deep sense of connection with the world around her. She was a solitary traveller, yet never alone. The forest was alive, breathing and whispering, a constant companion on her journey. The simplicity of her surroundings, the beauty of the untamed wilderness settled into her heart, a comforting weight that grounded her spirit. And settling in for the night by the gentle stream, Nyra reflected on the day's journey. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, but her heart was light, her resolve unwavering. She was on a quest not just for the magical mushroom, but also for a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. And wrapped in the embrace of the forest, Nyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. The lullaby of the stream and the soft whispers of the woods, guiding her into dreams woven with the threads of adventure and hope. And in the tender embrace of the mystical woodland, as the moon cast a silver glow through the canopy overhead, Nyra drifted into a world of dreams. But her slumber was gentle, like the caress of a feather, not deep enough to hide the whispers of the night. It was a delicate humming, a melody woven from the threads of moonlight and shadow that stirred her from her dreams. Nara's eyes fluttered open, revealing a world bathed in the ethereal light of the stars. The forest was alive with a symphony of nocturnal whispers, each leaf and twig a musician in the orchestra of the night. As her gaze adjusted to the dim light, she noticed a figure, small yet radiant, hovering gently before her. The fairy was a vision of otherworldly beauty. Her wings shimmering like delicate cobwebs kissed by the dawn. She radiated a soft light, a beacon in the shadow-draped woods, her features as exquisite as the finest artwork crafted by nature's own hand. "Good evening, traveller," the fairy greeted with a voice as melodic as the babbling brook. "I'm Clara, a guardian of these woods. Your presence here is a rare delight." Nyra, captivated by the fairy's luminous presence, responded with a mix of awe and curiosity. "I'm Nyra, on a quest to find a magical mushroom to save my bakery. I didn't expect to meet such wondrous beings as yourself." Clara's laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells, full of joy and light. "The forest is full of surprises, Nyra. We fairies dwell in the heart of these woods, in a village hidden among the canopies. Would you honour us with your presence?" With a sense of wonder enveloping her, Nyra agreed, her heart fluttering with excitement. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, the forest around them a living tapestry of mystery and enchantment. The trees seemed to part before Clara's gentle light, revealing a path lined with iridescent flowers that shimmered like stars fallen to the earth. As they journeyed, the air was filled with a sweet symphony of fairy song, a melody that seemed to dance on the breeze, intertwining with the rustling of leaves. The wood transformed around them, the moonlight filtering through the trees, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Eventually, they arrived at the fairy village, a hidden gem nestled in the heart of the woodland realm. And the village was a marvel, an intricate network of homes and pathways, gracefully suspended in among the trees. And the architecture was an ode to the artistry of nature, crafted from leaves, petals and twigs, woven together with the skill of the finest artisans. The air was alive with the joyous sounds of singing and laughter. The fairies' voices, a harmonious blend that resonated with the soul of the woods. Sparkling lights flickered among the branches like a constellation of stars brought down to earth. Each light a fairy going about their evening. Nyra, too large to ascend into the village, climbed a little way up a tree, her eyes wide with amazement as she beheld the wondrous sight. The fairies welcomed her with open arms, their faces alight with smiles as bright as the dawn. Realizing Nyra's need for rest, the fairies gathered around, their tiny hands working in unison to build her a den at the base of the trees. They weaved branches and leaves with a grace that defied belief, creating a haven as soft as a cloud and as warm as the sun's embrace. Nyra shared her quest with them, and in return they promised to teach her the language of the woods, to aid her in her journey, but first, they insisted, she must rest. And grateful for their kindness, Nyra settled down into the fairy-made den, the bed cradling her like a leaf in the gentle embrace of the wind. As she lay there, surrounded by the enchantment of the fairies and the soothing lullaby of the forest, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The world outside her den was a magical realm, and she was its humble guest, wrapped in a blanket of starlight and dreams. With the fairies' soft murmurs bidding her sweet dreams, Nyra drifted off to sleep once again, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. The night embraced her, its whispers a promise of the adventures that lay ahead. As the first light of dawn whispered through the leaves, Nyra awoke in the fairy-made den, a world bathed in the golden glow of the morning sun. The air was crisp and alive, resonating with the symphony of the woodland. And today, under the tutelage of the fairies, she would learn the ancient language of the woods, a gift that would illuminate her path and guide her on her quest. And the fairies, like ethereal tutors, gathered around Nyra, their wings shimmering in the sunlight like delicate veils spun from the threads of dreams. The first lesson was to connect with the heart of the forest, a process akin to tuning in to nature's song. They taught her a special meditation, a dance of the mind and spirit that wove her consciousness into the tapestry of the woodland. Nyra sat cross-legged on the forest floor, her eyes closed, her breathing deep and rhythmic. The fairies' voices were soft and melodic, guiding her through the meditation. As she delved deeper and deeper, Nyra felt her senses expanding, her awareness stretching out like roots into the rich soil of the forest. She began to hear the whispers of the trees, each rustle of the leaves a word, each creak of a branch a sentence in the grand story of the woods. The language of the animals became clear, their chirps, growls, and whistles transforming into an understandable dialogue. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world teeming with conversation and life. Nyra could feel the presence of the creatures around her, their thoughts and emotions, an open book that she could read with her newfound understanding. The fairies taught her how to identify the bounty of the forest, the fruits and herbs that were safe to consume. They showed her the subtle differences in the shape of leaves, the patterns of bark, and the colours of berries. The forest was a living pantry, each plant and tree offering sustenance and healing, a sign of the generosity of the earth. And navigating the woodland became an intuitive dance. the fairies teaching Nyra how to read the signs and symbols of nature. She learned to recognize the patterns of animal tracks, the direction of the wind, and the position of the sun. The forest was a map written in a language of light and shadow, and Nyra was becoming fluent in its interpretation. Shelter building was an art form, and the fairies demonstrated how to weave branches and leaves into a protective cocoon that blended seamlessly with the surroundings. They showed her how to fashion a raft from the gifts of the forest, a vessel that could carry her across streams and rivers that meandered through the woodland. And as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the fairies prepared a ritual of good fortune for Nyra. They gathered in a circle around her, their wings fluttering softly, creating a breeze that carried the scent of flowers and earth. The air was charged with a gentle magic. The forest itself seemed to lean in, like a silent observer on the sacred ceremony. The fairies chanted in the ancient tongue of the woods, their voices harmonizing with the rustling leaves and the murmuring stream. They wove a spell of protection and luck, the hands moving in intricate patterns. Casting sparkling patterns of light that swirled around Nyra like fireflies. The ritual was a delicate dance of nature's magic, a blessing from the heart of the forest. And as the ritual concluded, Nyra felt a profound sense of peace and empowerment. She was no longer a stranger in the woods, but a part of its endless story, a friend to its inhabitants, and a guardian of its secrets. The fairies' teachings had opened her eyes to the wonders of the woodland, and she knew that her journey would be guided by the wisdom of the forest. And that night, as Nyra lay in her fairy-crafted den, her heart and mind brimming with the knowledge and skills she had acquired. She drifted into a peaceful, deep, recuperative sleep. Her dreams were vivid pictures of her adventures to come, woven with the threads of courage, wonder, and the enduring magic of the woods. And the next morning, with her heart filled with gratitude, Nyra bid farewell to the fairies. Their twinkling lights fading into the distant forest as she ventured deeper into the embrace of the woodland. And the world around her was a living gallery, each tree a masterpiece, each whisper of the wind a verse in nature's poem. And as she walked, the forest floor beneath her feet was a mosaic of moss and fallen leaves, each step a gentle caress against the earth's tender skin. The bark of the trees was rugged and wise, etched with the stories of time. And as Nyra laid her hands upon them, she could feel the ancient tales seep into her palms. A silent exchange between kindred spirits. The air was laced with the earthy perfume of damp soil and the fresh scent of pine, a fragrance that cleansed the soul and awakened the senses. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above in golden beams, each ray a painter's brushstroke, illuminating the forest in hues of emerald and gold. In a clearing, Nyra encountered a group of deer, their eyes pools of gentle curiosity. She closed her eyes, summoning the meditative techniques the fairies had taught her. The world around her faded, leaving only the connection between her spirit and the deer. She felt their calmness, their serene existence in the embrace of the woods. Their thoughts, simple and pure, were like a babbling brook, clear and melodious. In their presence, Nyra felt a kinship, a shared understanding of the beauty and simplicity of life. Further along, the playful chattering of squirrels echoed through the branches, Nyra watched, enchanted, as they leaped and danced among the trees, their movements a ballet of joy and freedom. She reached out with her newfound skills, and instantly their jubilation filled her heart. She felt their energy, the thrill of their acrobatics, and the carefree essence of their spirit. By the stream, the melody of the water was a constant companion, its song a soothing serenade that flowed through her soul. Fish glided beneath the surface, their scales glinting like jewels in the sunlight. Nyra watched as birds soared overhead, their wings cutting through the air with the grace of dancers. They rode the updrafts, spiraling higher and higher, masters of the sky, and she felt their exhilaration, their freedom as they embraced the boundless blue above. The forest was alive with a chorus of life, each creature a note in the symphony of the wild. Nyra moved through this melody, a part of it, yet also an observer, learning the language of each being she encountered. And as midday approached, Nyra foraged for berries, her skin glistening like tiny rubies nestled among the green. She found herbs and edible plants, the forest offering its bounty with open arms. And by the stream, she prepared a small meal, the fruits of her foraging mingling with the spices she'd bought. The fire crackled a friendly spirit in the quiet of the woods, its smoke curling gently into the air like a whispered prayer. And sitting by the stream, Nyra savoured her meal, each bite a celebration of the forest's generosity. The water's gentle song accompanied her lunch, the trickling of the stream, a melody that spoke of continuity in the ever-flowing journey of life. In that moment, Nyra felt a profound sense of presence, a deep connection to the here and now, the sights, sounds and smells of the woodland enveloped her. In a deep sense of peace and tranquility. She was a part of this world, yet also a witness to its wonders, a traveller blessed with the ability to speak with the woodland and understand its mysteries. Filled with contentment and a sense of oneness with nature, Nyra leaned back, her gaze lost in the dance of leaves and light above. The forest was no longer a stranger, but a friend, its language now a part of her soul. As she sat there, the world around her was like a tapestry of peace woven from the threads of time and the gentle hands of the woods. And as the afternoon sun dappled the forest floor with patches of golden light, Nyra continued her journey through the heart of the woodland. With each step, she felt the forest's rhythm pulsate through her, a symphony of life that resonated deep within her soul. The trees, tall and stoic, stood like ancient beacons, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages, in a language she was now beginning to comprehend. Nyra's connection with nature had grown roots that delved deep into the rich tapestry of the woods. She moved with a newfound grace, her steps a dance in harmony with the rustling leaves and the soft, earthy floor. The breeze, a gentle caress against her skin, seemed to guide her, its breath a compass pointing the way. As she walked, Nyra reflected on the lessons of the fairies and the voices of the woodland creatures she'd connected with. Their teachings had opened her eyes to a world more intricate and interconnected than she'd ever imagined. The birds' songs were now clear conversations, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, a lively chatter, and the rustle of leaves, a chorus of welcome. The meditative practice the fairies had taught her to listen and speak with the heart of the forest had become a beacon of light on her journey. It was as if she'd been given a key to unlock the hidden wonders of the woods. The language of nature was no longer a mystery, but a melody to which her heart had learned to sing along. With each encounter, whether it be a deer peering curiously through the foliage or a squirrel darting playfully from tree to tree, Nyra felt a profound sense of kinship. She understood their needs, their fears and their joys, and in turn, they seemed to understand hers. It was a dialogue of spirits, a sharing of the essence of life. The stream, her constant companion, wound through the woods like a silver snake, its waters a mirror reflecting the changing face of the sky. The fish within it darted like fleeting thoughts, and Nyra found joy in simply watching them, understanding their silent water dance. And as the sun began its descent, casting the forest in a warm amber glow, Nyra felt a deep sense of contentment and confidence. She had embarked on this journey filled with uncertainty and fear, but now she walked with the assurance of someone who had found their place in the world. The forest had accepted her, shared its wisdom, and in doing so had shown her the strength she carried within. Nyra set up camp as the twilight began to weave its silver net across the sky. The evening was a quiet time, a period of rest for the forest and its inhabitants. The stars, like tiny lanterns, hung in the inky tapestry above. Watching over her, a twinkling, a gentle reminder of the vast, beautiful world which she was a part of. Sitting by the fire, Nyra pondered the next phase of her journey. With the skills and knowledge she'd gained, she felt ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. She understood now that her quest was more than just finding the magical mushroom. It was a journey of self-discovery, a quest to find harmony with the world around her. As the flames danced before her, casting shadows that played amongst the trees, Nyra felt a profound connection to everything: the fire, the earth, the air, and the water. She was a thread woven into the fabric of the forest, a part of its endless story. And that light, as Nyra lay beneath the canopy of stars, wrapped in the embrace of the woods, She felt a deep sense of anticipation for the adventures that awaited her. She had found confidence in the whispers of the trees, courage in the songs of the birds, and wisdom in the silence of the stars. The forest had become a part of her, its voice a guide on her journey, and she, in turn, had become a part of it, a guardian of its secrets and a student of its lessons. As she drifted into sleep, her dreams were a collage of the sights, sounds, and sensations of the forest, a celebration of the connection she'd forged with nature. She was ready for whatever lay ahead, her heart steady, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that she was never alone, for the forest was always with her. As she drifted and floated, so peacefully asleep, into slumberland. So just take a moment to close your eyes, and with your eyes closed, you can begin to comfortably drift asleep. I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And as the first rays of dawn stretched their fingers through the trees, Nyra awoke, nestled within the welcoming embrace of the woodland. She set forth on her journey once more, wandering through the familiar woods that had been her companion for the last few days. The chirping of the birds was like a gentle symphony, guiding her through the mossy undergrowth. The sunlight, warm and golden, filtering through the canopy, casting its dappled light upon the forest floor. It was as if nature itself was painting a path just for her. Each beam of light, a gentle guiding stroke from an artist's brush. And as she continued to venture deeper and deeper into the woods, so they began to transform. The trees stood taller, their trunks thickening with untold secrets. The forest became denser, a labyrinth of nature, where the light from above struggled to pierce through the interlocking branches and here the air hung still and silent. As if the very breath of the forest was held in a tranquil pause. And it was in this enigmatic heart of the woodland that Nyra encountered the glowing forest. Each tree a marvel of nature's craft, emitted a soft, ethereal light. The leaves imbued with the most incredible bioluminescent glow. Fluttered gently, creating an undulating dance of light. They pulsed with a rhythm akin to a gentle heartbeat, casting a serene luminescence that illuminated the forest in a celestial tapestry of colours. The scene was like a dreamscape where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred into a serene reverie. The trees with their glowing aura appeared as if they were whispering secrets of the ages. Their branches swaying in a silent melody that only they could hear. The light they cast was mesmerizing, painting the woods in hues of soft emerald and sapphire. A visual lullaby that beckoned Nyra deeper and deeper into their midst. It was a spectacle that defied belief. A hidden realm where the trees bore the essence of stars, their lights flickering like distant celestial bodies in the night sky. And amidst this enchanting beauty lay the gentle whisper of danger. The density of the woods and the uniformity of the glowing trees created a disorientating maze. And without the sun to guide her, Nyra could no longer discern direction. The forest floor, a constant pattern of light and shadow, offered no clue to the path ahead. The stillness of the air, unbroken by the rustle of wind, added to the surreal atmosphere, heightening Nyra's awareness of the unknown that lurked within the silent watchfulness of the forest. And navigating this luminous labyrinth was like walking through a dream where reality shifted with each step. The constant glow of the trees, while bewitching, made it impossible to gauge the passage of time. The sky, a distant memory, was shrouded by the thick canopy. Hiding the sun's position and its journey across the heavens. The forest, in its stillness, seemed to be a world paused in time, a realm where moments lingered like suspended drops of dew, each one a reflection of an infinite universe. And Nyra moved cautiously, her senses heightened, The beauty of the glowing forest was a siren song lulling her into a state of wonder. Yet the silence around her was a stark reminder of the perils of the unknown. Every step was a careful decision, a dance with uncertainty. She knew that one wrong turn could lead her further into an endless web of light and shadow, a path that spiraled into the heart of the unknown. And as she continued her journey, Nyra embraced the tranquility of the glowing forest, yet remained vigilant, aware of the delicate balance between enchantment and caution. The forest, with its pulsating light and profound silence, was both a haven of beauty and a labyrinth of challenges. A reminder of the fine line that exists between awe and apprehension. And so Nyra ventured deeper and deeper, guided by the luminescent whispers of the forest. Her heart a mix of curiosity and careful resolve. And this glowing realm, both alluring and mysterious, held the promise of secrets yet to be uncovered. A journey of discovery that unfolded with each radiant step. And Nyra's journey through the luminescent forest, which at first had seemed like a passage through a dream, slowly twisted into a challenge. Akin to a riddle whispered by the night. The radiant trees, towering like guardians of a secret world, formed a maze that unfolded in endless, confusing loops. Their glow, once a beacon of wonder, now flickered like cryptic code. Leading Nyra into the heart of an enigmatic labyrinth. And as she ventured deeper and deeper, the realization dawned upon her that she was ensnared in a puzzle crafted by nature itself. The forest, dense and unyielding, offered no path, no clear direction. It was a tapestry of light and shadow, weaving an intricate dance that left her disoriented. And the trees, with their pulsating glow, stood like torches in a hall of mirrors. Their light reflecting and refracting, creating illusions of passages where none existed. And determined not to succumb to the maze's dizzying spell, Nyra began to devise a method to navigate this glowing enigma. She started to mark the trees with a piece of soft chalk, leaving a subtle mark on the bark, a small crescent moon, a symbol of guidance and hope. And each mark was a breadcrumb on her trail, a silent promise to herself that she would not traverse the same path twice. and the air in the forest was still as if time itself had paused in anticipation of her next move, and with every step, Nyra felt as though she was moving through a painting, each brushstroke a blend of light and darkness, each hue a whisper of the forest's secrets. And the silence was profound, broken only by the soft crunch of her footsteps, the carpet of fallen leaves, each step a note in the quiet symphony of her journey. The maze tested not just her direction but also her resolve. The glowing trees in their enigmatic beauty seemed to shift and change with each glance, their trunks bending and curving in ways that defied understanding. It was as if the forest itself was alive, breathing and shifting, its pathways rearranging with each passing moment. And Nyra's heart fluttered like a caged bird yearning for the freedom of the open skies, the dense canopy above, a tapestry woven from the finest threads of twilight, allowing no glimpse of the sun or stars. Her celestial guides hidden from view. And the forest's glow, a symphony of ethereal light, became a riddle that wrapped around her mind. A puzzle that she unravelled with each hesitant step. And as she navigated the labyrinth, marking the trees, turning at every twist and turn, Nyra found herself delving deeper and deeper into her own thoughts. The maze became a metaphor for the journey of her life. Each turn a decision made, each dead end a challenge faced. The glowing forest, with its ever-shifting paths, mirrored the unpredictability of her own journey. A journey where the destination was not always clear and the path was often obscured. But with each marked tree, Nyra felt a growing sense of empowerment. The maze, which had seemed so insurmountable, began to unravel under the persistence of her will. The crescent moons on the bark were like stars in her personal galaxy, guiding her through the darkness. A constellation of hope and determination. And the forest watched in silence, its glowing heart beating in tune with Nyra's resolve. The trees, which had once seemed like barriers, now stood as witnesses to her perseverance, their light a sign of her courage. And so Nyra continued, marking the trees, her heart a compass guiding her through the maze. With each step, she moved closer to unraveling the mystery of the glowing forest. Each marked tree, a step towards finding her way through the intricate web of nature's creation. And as Nyra continued her journey through the luminescent forest, the maze seemed to stretch endlessly, a never-ending puzzle crafted by the whims of nature. The crescent moons, which she marked on the trees, served as her silent companions, guiding her through this labyrinth of glowing trunks and shimmering leaves. Her steps, once filled with hesitation, now moved with purpose. Each footfall a sign of her growing resilience. And in the midst of this glowing thicket, Nyra stumbled upon a clearing, a sanctuary of tranquility in the middle of the chaos of the forest. The air here was different, filled with a sense of calm and serenity that washed over her like a gentle wave. The trees around the clearing stood tall and still, their light softer, casting the most serene glow that seemed to cradle the space in an ethereal embrace. And it was in this haven of peace that Nyra encountered a creature of legend, a noble unicorn, glowing with an inner light that rivaled the trees themselves. Its coat was as white as the first snow of winter, and its mane flowed like a cascade of moonbeams, and the unicorn's eyes were deep pools of wisdom, shimmering with an otherworldly light, seeming to hold within them the secrets of ages. And the unicorn regarded Nyra with a gaze that pierced through the veils of her soul, seeing her struggles, her fears, and her unyielding spirit. And in a voice that resonated like a melody from a forgotten time, the unicorn spoke, its words weaving tales of resilience and inner strength. Listen, traveller of the woods, the unicorn began, to the tale of the mountain that faced the fury of the storm. The mountain, tall and proud, stood against the howling winds and lashing rains. It did not waver. It did not falter. It knew its strength lay not in resisting the storm, but in embracing its own unyielding core. And like the mountain, you too must find strength, not in defiance of your challenges, but in the unwavering essence of your being. And Nyra listened, captivated by the unicorn's tale, each word a drop of wisdom seeping into her consciousness. And the unicorn continued with another story. A story about a river that carved its way through the hardest of rocks. The river does not break the stone with force, but with persistence. Its gentle, unrelenting touch shapes the path it follows. And in you flows the same relentless spirit, the power to shape your journey through gentle perseverance. And the unicorn's tales were like a balm to Nyra's weary heart. Each story a reflection of the resilience she harboured within. And the creature then taught her a meditation, a way to open her senses to the whispers of the woodland. Close your eyes. Feel the breath of the forest. Listen to the subtle song of the trees. Each one is unique. A voice, the chorus of nature. Let their individuality guide you, for in their whispers lies the path you seek. Nyra closed her eyes, her breath synchronizing with the rhythm of the forest. She felt the presence of each tree, their personalities distinct and vivid. Some stood strong and confident, others gentle and nurturing. Each one a character in the story of the woods. and the meditation opened a new world to her, a world where the forest spoke in a language only her heart could understand. And when she opened her eyes, the unicorn was bathed in the soft glow of dawn, its ethereal beauty, a beacon of hope in the dim light of the morning. Remember the tales. Remember the meditation. Let them be your guide through these woods, the unicorn said, its voice fading like a dream at the edge of wakefulness. And as the unicorn vanished into the light, Nyra felt a newfound sense of clarity and purpose. The wisdom imparted by the majestic unicorn ignited a flame of inner strength within her, and she knew now that she was not merely wandering through the forest, but learning from it. Each step, a conversation with the world around her. Empowered by the unicorn's teachings and the meditation that connected her to the soul of the forest, Nyra continued her journey with a heart full of courage and a spirit resilient as the mountain in the storm. And with the unicorn's wisdom echoing gently in her heart, Nyra gazed upwards from the clearing, her eyes searching the celestial expanse above. The dense canopy of the forest, which had seemed like an impenetrable veil, was parted slightly in this clearing, revealing a tapestry of stars twinkling in the night sky. And among these celestial bodies, two stars shone with a familiar glimmer, like old friends beckoning from afar. Their light, a whisper from the cosmos, pierced through the darkness, guiding Nyra's way. Nyra recognizing these stars. They were old navigators of the night. Timeless sentinels that had guided countless travellers before her. And the brief break in the clouds not only revealed these stars, but also the direction in which the clouds were drifting. It was as if the universe itself had conspired to show her the way, a cosmic compass, revealing the path she needed to take. Emboldened by this celestial guidance, Nyra looked back in the direction of the unicorn, that being of otherworldly grace and wisdom, and in a soft voice, under her breath almost, she said, "Thank you, noble guardian. Your wisdom and the stars above have shown me the way forward." And with her heart full of purpose, Nyra bid farewell to this clearing, and moving with a newfound determination. Her steps were no longer hesitant, but purposeful, each one a gentle stride towards her destiny. And the stars, though hidden again by the advancing clouds, had imprinted their path in her mind, a map etched out in the canvas of her thoughts. And as she continued journeying through the forest, she continued to mark the trees, but now with a deeper understanding. She marked the side of each tree that faced her direction of travel, creating a trail that pointed towards her destination. And each mark was not just a signpost, but a symbol of her journey, a sign of her resilience. And the meditation taught by the unicorn had opened Nyra's senses to the woodland's subtle communication. She was now able to discern the slight changes from tree to tree, each one a unique entity with its own personality and story. The trees were no longer mere landmarks in her journey. They were now companions, each with a voice and a spirit that spoke to her in the silent language of nature. One tree stood tall and stoic, its bark rugged and worn from its years of braving the elements. Another tree was slender and graceful, its branches swaying gently, a dancer in the woodland's ballet. And each tree was a character in the forest's narrative, a narrative that Nyra was now a part of. And with each step, Nyra felt more attuned to the forest around her. The luminescent glow of the trees, once a bewildering maze, now became a guiding light, illuminating her path with their ethereal radiance. The forest's once confounding labyrinth transformed into a journey of discovery where each turn revealed new wonders and secrets of the woodland. And Nyra moved through the forest, her spirit in harmony with the world around her. The stars, hidden yet present, guided her from above, while the trees, with their unique voices, guided her on the ground. It was a symphony of guidance, a harmony of celestial and earthly navigation that led her forward. And as she continued to journey deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest, Nyra felt a sense of empowerment and freedom. The challenge of the maze, which had once seemed insurmountable, was now a path of enlightenment, a journey that taught her the strength of resilience and the power of inner guidance. And with each marked tree and each step taken, Nyra moved closer to her goal, her path illuminated by the wisdom of the unicorn and the guidance of the stars. The forest, once a labyrinth of confusion, was now a road of discovery, leading her ever forward to the heart of her quest. And after a day's journey, marked by both the trials of the glowing forest and the guidance of the celestial skies, Nyra emerged from the dense woodland into a realm of enchantment, and before her lay a meadow, bathed in the gentle luminescence of the night, a canvas where nature had painted its masterpiece. The transition was like stepping from a whispered legend into a vivid dream, where the real and the fantastical wove together in perfect harmony. And the meadow, under the cloak of night, was a symphony of light and shadow. Glowing flowers dotted the landscape like stars fallen to earth, their petals shimmering with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the gentle night breeze. Each flower was a note in the meadow's melody, a soft luminescence that sang a lullaby of tranquility. The breeze, a maestro of this natural orchestra, conducted the sway of the grass and the flutter of the leaves, creating a dance that was both mesmerizing and serene. And fireflies, like tiny lanterns, wove through the air in graceful arcs, their glow a delicate counterpoint to the twinkling flowers. Above, glowing orbs drifted lazily, celestial beings gracing the meadow with their presence. They moved with a purpose that was both mysterious and soothing, painting trails of light against the canvas of the night sky. Nyra, captivated by the meadow's beauty, felt a sense of peace wash over her. The challenges of the forest and the lessons of the unicorn seemed distant now, like echoes of a song long sung. And here in this magical meadow, the world was a harmony of light and life, a place where every element existed in perfect balance. And aware that she needed to rest, Nyra decided to set up a camp in this enchanting place. And she set up her tent with care, each movement a part of the meadow's symphony, her actions a respectful dance in tune with the melody around her. In the tent, a cosy haven, so comfortable, its solitary structure in the middle of this meadow's embrace. And with a campfire lit, its flames leaping and dancing to their own wild rhythm, Nyra felt the warmth seep comfortably and deeply into her bones, and the fire was a lively, calming contrast to the gentle glow of the meadow, like a spirited companion in the quiet of the night. And she sat by the fire, the warmth gently caressing her face, She prepared a meal, and the food was nourishing and comforting, reminding her of the simple joys of life, a connection to the world she'd left behind and the journey that she's on. And as she ate, Nyra gazed out over the meadow, her eyes drinking in the beauty of this magical world. The flowers continued their gentle dance. The fireflies wove their intricate patterns, and the orbs floated with an ethereal grace. It was a scene of such profound beauty and harmony that Nyra felt as if she were part of a living, breathing painting, a masterpiece of nature's own creation. And with her meal finished and the fire reduced to glowing embers, Nyra settled into her tent. The fabric, a thin veil between her and the enchanted meadow. And as she lay there, the sounds of the meadow, the soft rustling of the grass, the gentle hum of the fireflies, and the distant whisper of the breeze lulled her so gently, so deeply, so restfully into slumber. And in her dreams, Nyra journeyed through landscapes of adventure, peace, and harmony, each dream being a reflection of her journey, a tapestry of experiences woven from the threads of her encounters. She dreamt of the glowing forest and the wise unicorn, of the stars that had guided her and the meadow that had welcomed her. Her dreams were tinged with curiosity, a wonder of what lay ahead. Of how her journey would continue to unfold in this world of magic and mystery. And as she slept, the meadow stood watch. Its glowing flowers and gentle creatures, guardians of her rest. It was a night of tranquility and wonder, a pause in her journey, where the world seemed to breathe with her. Each breath, a shared moment of serenity. And as dawn unfurled its rosy fingers across the meadow, Nyra awoke, refreshed and eager to continue her journey. She packed her belongings, each movement a farewell to the night's enchanting serenity. And stepping out of her tent, she was greeted by the meadow in daylight, a landscape transformed yet equally mesmerizing in its own right. The morning mist hovered over the meadow like a gossamer veil, a delicate shroud that softened the world in its embrace. The rising sun, a golden orb ascending the sky, cast its rays through the mist, creating rays of light that shimmered with an ethereal beauty. And the meadow, under this celestial spotlight, was a realm of peace, calm and stillness. The stark contrast to the enclosed whispering of those woods she'd journeyed through. And Nyra inhaled deeply, savouring the fresh air that swept so gently across the meadow. It was a breath of freedom, a taste of the vast world beyond the forest's embrace. The fragrant scents of a myriad of plants mingled in the air, each a note in the symphony of the morning. And she revelled in the openness of the meadow, her gaze travelling far into the distance, unhindered by the close embrace of the woodland's dense canopy. And as she walked, the meadow revealed its daytime beauty. The glowing colours of the flowers, so vivid in the night, had faded in the daylight, but their beauty had remained. Each petal and leaf, a subtle sign of nature's artistry, and in the distance, a stream meandered through the meadow like a silver ribbon. Its gentle flow, a soothing melody, beckoning Nyra closer. And drawn to the stream, Nyra noticed the glowing orbs which she had seen in the night, noticing that they were still present, dancing in the daylight. And as she approached, the orbs revealed their true nature. They were sprites, delicate and ethereal, their bodies aglow with a subtle radiance, and with a curiosity that mirrored her own. The sprites drew closer, their movements a dance of light and air. The sprites, beings of the meadow, began to share with Nyra the secrets of this magical place. They spoke in voices that tinkled like bells, each word a note in a song of ancient knowledge. This meadow, they said, is a tapestry of life, woven from the threads of magic and nature. Each creature, each plant is a stitch in this tapestry, a part of the story that we tell. They told her of the creatures that dwelled within the meadow, each a marvel of nature's creation. And there were the scurrying field mice, architects of hidden pathways beneath the grass, their tiny eyes sparkling with the joy of life. The burrowing moles, masters of the underground, emerged occasionally, their velvety fur, perfect for their subterranean journeys. The sprites spoke of the creatures in the stream, the darting fish, their scales glistening like jewels under the water, and the playful otters whose antics along the banks were a dance of joy and freedom. And they described the dragonflies, their iridescent wings, a blur of colour as they skimmed the water's surface. And the frogs, their croaks a rhythmic chant that harmonized with the stream's bubbling song. And Nyra listened, absorbed by the sprites' tales. Her heart filled with wonder. The meadow, she realized, was a universe unto itself. Each creature and plant an integral part of its harmony. The sprite's words painted a picture of a world teeming with life. A world that thrived in the balance of nature's delicate dance. And as she sat by the stream, surrounded by the sprites, Nyra felt a profound connection to the meadow and to its inhabitants. She realized that this place, with its simple yet intricate web of life, was a microcosm of the larger world. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a lesson in the beauty and complexity of existence. And the sprites, with their gentle wisdom and joyful spirits, had opened her eyes to the magic of the meadow, a magic that was both subtle and profound. And in their company, Nyra found a sense of belonging, a feeling of being a part of something greater than herself. And as Nyra lingered by the stream, the sprites, those ethereal guardians of the meadow, continued to share their wisdom. They spoke now of the deeper secrets of the meadow, the unseen threads that wove the tapestry of this vibrant ecosystem. Their voices, like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, carried the stories of the plants and the delicate balance of nature. The plants, they began, are the unsung symphony of the meadow. Each blade of grass, each leaf and flower sings a song of life, a melody that resonates in harmony with the world around it. The sprites gestured towards the deeper areas of the meadow, where plants of all kinds swayed gently. At night, their communication transforms into a visual concert. The glowing and dancing patterns of colour and light are their way of speaking, a language of luminosity that weaves the fabric of our meadow. Nyra watched in awe as the sprites described how the plants shared nutrients and messages through a network hidden beneath the soil, an underground web of connections that sustained the meadow's life. It's a dance of give and take, they explained. A conversation of growth and support. The roots intertwine, creating a living network that binds the meadow together in a bond of mutual sustenance. The sprites spoke of the delicate balance that existed within this ecosystem. A harmony crafted by the hands of nature. Each creature, each plant, plays a role in maintaining this balance. It's a cycle of life where every element supports the other, creating a circle of interdependence. And Nyra listened, captivated by the understanding that the meadow was more than just a collection of plants and animals. It was a community, a living entity, where each part contributed to the whole. And the preservation of this balance is essential, the sprites emphasized. It's a delicate equilibrium where the loss of one can impact the whole. We as guardians strive to nurture and protect this harmony, ensuring the meadow thrives for generations to come. And as the sun climbed higher, casting a golden glow over the meadow, the sprites presented Nyra with a gift, an amulet on a necklace. The amulet, glowing with a soft light, seemed to pulsate with the life of the meadow itself. And with reverent care, they placed it gently around her neck, the amulet resting against her heart. This will bring you continued good fortune on your journey, they said. Their voices a chorus of warmth and affection. It's imbued with the essence of the meadow, a reminder of the balance of nature and the importance of preserving it. And Nyra felt the weight of the amulet, a tangible connection to the meadow and its guardians. It was a symbol of the wisdom she'd gained, a token of the harmony she'd witnessed. "Thank you," she whispered, her words a ripple in the stillness of the meadow. The sprites, their message imparted, bid Nyra farewell. "Remember the balance," they said as they faded into the light, returning to their dance among the flowers and the stream. "Carry its lesson with you and let it guide your steps." Nyra continued her journey through the meadow. The amulet, a comforting presence against her skin. The plants, now familiar companions, whispered their silent songs as she passed. Their leaves rustling in a symphony of life. The meadow, with its intricate web of connections. Like a living sign of the balance of nature, a harmony that Nyra now carried within her heart. And as she continued to walk, the meadow unfolded around her, revealing its wonders and secrets. The knowledge of the sprites, the gift of the amulet, and the beauty of the meadow filled her with a sense of purpose and gratitude. Her journey was more than a quest. It was a voyage of discovery, a journey into the heart of nature's delicate dance. And Nyra's journey through the melodious meadow, surrounded by a symphony of nature's own making, was like walking through a dream, painted in the most vibrant hues of life. The meadow, with its lush grasses, dancing in the gentle breeze, seemed to whisper ancient secrets in a language known only to the wind. The stream, her constant companion, sang a never-ending lullaby. Its waters glistening like a cascade of liquid silver, meandering through the heart of this verdant paradise. And as the sun began to dip once more towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber, Nyra's path led her to a quaint stone bridge, arching gracefully over the stream. It was here, beside this age-old bridge, where she encountered the guardian of the meadow, a figure as timeless as the land itself, cloaked in garments that shimmered like the morning dew, and the guardian's presence was as commanding as it was serene. "Welcome, traveller." The guardian's voice was like a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. "I'm the keeper of these lands, a steward of its secrets, and protector of its harmony." To continue your journey and embrace the true essence of this meadow, you must first prove your heart is pure and your intentions noble. Nyra listened, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth, her eyes reflecting the tranquil depths of the meadow. "To cross this bridge," the guardian continued, "you must solve a riddle. A riddle about the very nature that envelops us. Understand its essence, and the path will open to you." The guardian's gaze was like the weight of centuries, yet filled with a warmth that spoke of the sun and the soil. "Here is your riddle. I am the beginning of eternity. The end of time and space. The beginning of every end, and the end of every place. What am I? Nyra felt the weight of the words as heavy as the stones beneath her feet, yet as light as the air that filled her lungs. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the meadow fill her senses. The rustling of leaves, the gentle flow of the stream, the distant call of a bird. She thought of the riddle, its words intertwining with the essence of nature around her. The riddle, like a seed planted in the fertile soil of her mind, began to sprout ideas and thoughts. The beginning of eternity. The end of time and space. Nyra pondered, her mind weaving through the tapestry of possibilities. The answer seemed to dance just out of reach, like a butterfly flitting just beyond a flower's kiss. And as the sky deepened into a canvas of twilight, with stars beginning to peek through the veil of night, Nyra opened her eyes. A sense of clarity, as crisp as the evening air, filled her. The answer is the letter E, she spoke, her voice steady, like the roots of the ancient trees around her. It's the beginning of the word eternity, the end of time and space, the start of end, and it concludes the word place. The guardian listened, their expression as unreadable as the surface of the stream, yet as deep as its waters. For a moment, as fleeting as a shooting star, the meadow held its breath, waiting for the verdict. Nyra stood, her heart a fluttering bird in her chest, awaiting the guardian's response. The meadow, in its timeless whisper, seemed to encourage her. The breeze gently caressing her cheeks like a soft reassurance. As the guardian of the meadow nodded in affirmation, a smile as gentle as a summer's breeze graced their lips. Correct, they murmured, their voice a soft echo like a leaf fluttering to the ground. With a graceful gesture, they beckoned Nyra towards the bridge. "You may pass," they said, their eyes shimmering with a wisdom as ancient as the stars. Stepping onto the stone bridge, Nyra felt as if she were crossing not just a stream, but the threshold into a realm unseen, a world hidden just beneath the veil of the ordinary. The air around her seemed to shimmer, vibrating with the hum of unseen energy. As she reached the midpoint of the bridge, the meadow she had known transformed before her eyes. It was as if she had stepped into a painting crafted from the palette of dreams. The sky above was a tapestry of cosmic beauty, woven with vibrant threads of colour that danced like the aura. A celestial ballet that mesmerised and enchanted. The meadow below, now bathed in the hues of twilight, glowed with an ethereal light, each plant radiating a luminescence that seemed to pulse in rhythm with Nyra's own heartbeat. Creatures of light flitted between the flowers and grasses, their wings a blur of iridescence, like tiny living lanterns illuminating the night. The air was alive with a symphony of new sounds. The soft chime of crystal-like plants swaying in the gentle breeze. The distant melody of an unseen stream singing to the stones, and the harmonious chorus of the meadow's nocturnal inhabitants. As she continued her journey, Nyra's path was lit by the glowing flora. Each step she took causing the light to part and swirl around her feet in a dance of welcome and wonder. The world around her was alive with magic, a landscape that whispered secrets in a language that resonated with the very core of her being. The meadow, now a dreamscape of wonder, was dotted with mounds of boulders and stony hills that rose like ancient guardians from the earth. These rock formations, silhouetted against the kaleidoscope sky, appeared as if carved by the hands of time, each one telling a story of the ages, a sign of the enduring beauty of the natural world. And Nyra felt a profound connection to this magical place, a sense of belonging that filled her with awe and humility. She realized that the meadow was not just a physical location, but a living entity, a sacred space that breathed and dreamt just as she did. And with every step, she felt the meadow's blessing, a gentle embrace that encouraged her to explore deeper into its heart. And she walked towards one of the distant rock formations, drawn by an inexplicable pull, like a moth to a flame. The boulders, bathed in the otherworldly light, seemed to beckon her closer, their rugged surfaces whispering tales of ancient wisdom and long forgotten lore. As Nyra approached, she noticed intricate patterns etched into the stones. Spirals, waves, and symbols that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. The air around the rocks was cooler and tinged with the scent of moss and damp earth, a fragrance that grounded her in the moment, a reminder of the enduring cycle of nature. And in the shadow of these ancient sentinels, Nyra paused, closing her eyes to fully immerse herself in the experience. She felt the energy of the meadow coursing through her veins, a symphony of life that resonated with her own spirit. And in this moment of stillness, she understood that she was a part of something far greater than herself, a thread woven into the fabric of the universe. And opening her eyes, Nyra gazed at the vibrant sky above, the meadow's nocturnal beauty, a canvas of endless possibilities. She knew that her journey was far from over, but with the blessing of the meadow, she felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. Her heart and soul enriched by the magic of this enchanted land. And as Nyra approached the formidable rock formation, the allure of the unknown beckoned her forward. And among the towering pillars of stone, she discovered an entrance to a cave. Its mouth like a silent guardian of ancient secrets, and a mix of awe and apprehension gripped her heart as she stood on the threshold of a world untouched by the sun's embrace. Clutching the good fortune amulet gifted to her by the sprites, its surface warm against her skin, Nyra summoned her courage. The amulet, a tangible reminder of the meadow's blessing, seemed to pulse with a comforting energy. And with a deep breath that echoed in the stillness, she lit a torch, its flame a beacon of hope in the cave's engulfing darkness. And as she ventured into the cave's depths, the outside world seemed to fade away, swallowed by the earth's embrace. The torchlight cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating a flickering tapestry that played upon the ancient stone. The air was cool and heavy, filled with the scent of damp earth and the subtle tang of minerals, a stark contrast to the vibrant meadow she'd just left behind. The sounds of the cave enveloped her, a symphony of echoes that seemed to breathe life into the stillness. The occasional drip of water from unseen stalactites was like a steady heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through the cavernous expanse. And Nyra's footsteps reverberated off the walls, a sign of her solitary presence here in this vast subterranean world. And with each step, the sounds of the meadow, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of insects, the gentle flow of the stream were replaced by the profound silence of the cave, punctuated only by her own breathing, the occasional dripping, and the soft crackle of the torch. And Nyra marked her journey, leaving small etchings on the cave walls at each fork that she encountered. And these marks, like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale, were her lifeline, a path back to the world she knew. The cave's labyrinthine passages wound deeper and deeper into the earth, each turn a step further into the unknown. And within the cave's embrace, Nyra discovered glowing plants, their bioluminescent light a ghostly blue, painting the walls in ethereal hues. These living lights, like stars in a subterranean sky, guiding her path and stirring her curiosity. And as she delved deeper and deeper, Nyra noticed markings etched into the stone, signs of a presence that had once dwelled or passed through these ancient corridors. The markings were cryptic, a language carved by hands long forgotten, their meanings shrouded in mystery. Captivated by these silent storytellers, Nyra followed the tunnels with the most pronounced markings, each glyph a clue leading her further into the cave's heart. The markings seemed to tell a story, a narrative etched in stone, of a time when these echoing halls were a haven for creatures unknown. The cave's passages twisted and turned, a maze of stone and shadow. And the deeper Nyra ventured, the more she felt disconnected from the world above, yet intimately connected to the earth around her. She was a traveller in a realm where time held no sway, each step a journey through an ageless world. Her fascination with the cave's mysteries grew with every discovery. The glowing plants illuminated scenes of life and legend, depictions of creatures and symbols that hinted at a lost civilization. A forgotten chapter in the story of the earth. The cave, with its echoing stillness and ancient secrets, became a sanctuary of solitude and reflection. Nyra, a lone explorer in a world untouched by the passage of days, felt a kinship with the stones and the stories they held, each marking, each glowing plant, a sign of the enduring mystery and beauty of the natural world. As she followed the path of the ancient markings, Nyra's journey through the echoing caves became not just a search for the magical mushroom, but a voyage into the heart of the earth itself, a pilgrimage through time and memory. And deep within these passages of the echoing caves, Nyra's journey led her to a discovery that set her heart racing. A stone door, ancient and enigmatic, standing strong in the shadows. The door, carved from the heart of this rock formation, bore symbols that whispered of forgotten times, a relic of a bygone era. And Nyra's fingers traced the cool, rough surface, feeling the weight of centuries beneath her touch. And after a moment of contemplation, her keen eyes spotted a stone pressure pad, hidden in plain sight yet cleverly integrated into the cave floor. And with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Nyra stepped onto the pad. The sound of grinding stone echoed through the caverns as the door slowly slid open, releasing a burst of fragrant air that spoke of hidden secrets and ancient knowledge. Nyra entered the chamber, her torch casting a warm glow that illuminated the walls. There before her eyes were ancient cave paintings, a tapestry of history etched into the stone. The paintings depicted scenes of life and legend. But what captivated her most were the images of a magical mushroom, rendered with such detail and reverence that they seemed to almost leap off the walls. The paintings told a story of a mushroom that thrived in a cave much like the one that she was in, nurtured by a unique blend of elements. They spoke of a climate where the temperature and humidity were cradled in a perfect balance, where the soil was enriched by eons of ground-down mountain and water filtered through magical rocks. These elements imbued the mushrooms with extraordinary properties, weaving healing and magic into their very essence. As Nyra explored the paintings further, she uncovered the tale of a people who lived thousands of years ago, long before the great cataclysm that had reshaped the land. The paintings were a chronicle of their knowledge, a legacy left for future generations to discover. Nyra felt a deep connection to these ancient people, a sense of kinship across the ages. Their wisdom and understanding of the natural world resonated with her own quest for knowledge. And the more Nyra studied the paintings, the more she realized the depth of what there was to know about the magical mushroom. It was a revelation far beyond the rumours and manuscripts of Kingswell, a well of wisdom that had been waiting to be rediscovered. She felt a surge of excitement and curiosity, eager to delve deeper into the secrets that these ancient walls held. As she absorbed the knowledge the paintings imparted, Nyra took a moment to rest, her mind alight with newfound understanding. Her gaze wandered the chamber, seeking another exit, another path to follow. It was then she noticed another stone pressure pad, similar to the one that had granted her entry. This chamber, a sanctuary of ancient wisdom and forgotten lore, was a sign of the enduring bond between humanity and the natural world. And Nyra knew that her journey was far from over, that each step she took was a step closer to uncovering the mysteries of the magical mushroom and the secrets of the land itself. And filled with a sense of purpose and wonder, Nyra prepared to continue her exploration, her heart beating in harmony with the ancient rhythm of the earth. The next phase of her journey beckoned, a path that would lead her deeper into the heart of the mountain and closer to the truth she sought. As Nyra pressed her foot onto the stone pressure pad, another ancient door, heavy with the whispers of time, began to grind open. Stepping through the threshold, she found herself in the heart of the cave system, a labyrinth of stone that wound deep into the earth's embrace. Navigating this subterranean world, Nyra felt like a ship's captain, charting unknown waters. The cave's walls, rugged and unyielding, stretched around her like the pages of an ancient book waiting to be read. Her torch flickered, casting shadows that danced like silent spectres on the walls, creating an ever-changing landscape of light and darkness. As she ventured deeper and deeper, Nyra's instincts became her guide, a compass forged from the knowledge and wisdom she'd gained. The cave, with its echoing stillness, was like a teacher imparting lessons in the language of silence and stone. Nyra listened, her senses heightened, attuned to the subtle cues of her surroundings. The path through the cave was winding and complex, a maze that tested her resolve and skill. But with each step, Nyra felt her confidence growing. She was no longer just a baker from Kingswell, but a traveller on a journey of discovery, a seeker of mysteries hidden in the heart of the earth. The cave's air was cool and damp, the scent of ancient stone and hidden waters filling her lungs. The occasional distant drip of water echoed like a timeless melody, a reminder of the cave's eternal cycle of creation and erosion. The deeper she journeyed, the more Nyra became one with the cave, her movements synchronized with its rhythm. She was a shadow among shadows, a flicker of light in an ocean of darkness, moving with a purpose that was as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. And finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Nyra emerged from the cave's embrace. She stepped out into the night, greeted by a sky ablaze with colours, the aurora a celestial painter's masterpiece stretching across the heavens, its colours dancing in a silent symphony that filled the night with wonder. The ground beneath her feet was rough, a stark contrast to the smooth stone of the cave. She could see the towering cliff before her, its face stretching upwards towards the snow-capped mountains beyond. The mountains, bathed in the moon's gentle glow, stood silently, with their peaks seemingly touching the sky. Exhausted, yet exhilarated, Nyra set up her tent in the shadow of the cliff. She kindled a campfire, its flames a beacon of warmth in the cool night air. The fire crackled and popped, a comforting soundtrack to her thoughts. The night was alive with the chorus of cicadas, their song a lullaby that spoke of the earth's enduring rhythm. And as she ate, Nyra reflected on the day's journey. The cave with its ancient secrets and silent teachings had been a crucible that forged her into something new. She felt a sense of accomplishment, a deep satisfaction that came from facing the unknown and emerging stronger. The fire burned down to embers, casting a warm orange glow on her surroundings. As Nyra nestled in her tent, the fabric rustling softly in the night breeze. As she closed her eyes, the sounds of the night enveloped her, carrying her into the most pleasant realm of dreams. And in her slumber, Nyra found herself wandering through landscapes of imagination, each more fantastical than the last. The lessons of the cave, the beauty of the aurora, and the majesty of the mountains merged into a tapestry of dreams, a reverie that cradled her in its embrace as she drifted and floated so peacefully, so deeply into slumberland. Okay, so just take a moment to allow your eyes to close, and with your eyes closed, you can begin to comfortably drift asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And as the first rays of dawn crept across the landscape, painting the world in hues of soft amber and rose, Nyra awoke within the embrace of her tent, the air crisp and invigorating, whispering through the canvas, beckoning her to embrace the day. And with a stretch and a yawn, she emerged, her eyes greeting the morning light, a luminescent pearl rising from the depths of night's ocean. And she stood there for a moment, inhaling deeply, the air as fresh as morning dew on a petal, filling her lungs with the essence of the wilderness. And the symphony of the waking world hummed around her, a melodic tapestry woven from the chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. And she enjoyed her breakfast, a calming feast fueling her spirit as much as it fueled her body. Each bite bringing with it a reminder of the journey ahead, a path which she'd chosen with courage and hope. And as daylight fully unveiled the landscape, the enormity of her task dawned upon her. The cliff before her, a colossal guardian of stone, loomed in the distance, its face etched with the scars of time and nature's fury. It stood there as a formidable barrier between her and the elusive mushroom, like an ancient monolith, whispering tales of challenge and perseverance. And her journey to the cliff's base was a labyrinth of trials, rocks scattered like the bones of the earth lay strewn across the terrain, each step a delicate dance between balance and fall. Landslides, remnants of the cliff's wrath, lay as a sign of the mountain's ever-changing mood. And Nyra carefully navigated this rocky sea, her steps displaying her resolve. Each movement a balance between caution and determination. And upon reaching the cliff's base, the echoes of tumbling rocks resonated like distant thunder, a foreboding serenade that underscored the peril of her ascent. And she gazed upwards, where the cliff kissed the sky, a daunting path that defied both gravity and fear. And with rope and safety gear her only allies, she anchored herself to the cliff. The rope, a lifeline, tethering her to the realms of hope. Her ascent began. A vertical ballet of grit and resilience. Her fingers, like the roots of an ancient tree, sought hold in the cliff's rugged facade. Each grip a blend of trust and instinct. And the climb was a marathon of endurance. Muscles burning like embers in a forge. Each pull upwards, a triumph over the gravity of doubt. And hours melded into one another. Time losing its grip in the face of her unyielding spirit. As night unfurled its starry cloak, Nyra clung to the cliff, a solitary figure against the vastness of nature. The chorus of falling rocks, unseen yet ever present, serenaded her with the mountain's unpredictable song. And rest came in fleeting moments, a suspended reverie, clinging to the cliff's face. A dance with both danger and beauty. And dawn's arrival was a painter's brush, stroking the sky with the colours of hope and renewal. And upon reaching the cliff's summit, Nyra beheld a world transformed. A barren plateau where hardy shrubs and grasses whispered tales of survival and resilience. And despite the call of exhaustion, she journeyed on. Distancing herself from the precarious precipice. The sun, a fiery chariot, soared overhead, casting a blanket of warmth over the rugged terrain. And as the day reached its peak, Nyra finally yielded to the embrace of rest. Enjoying her meal under the watchful eye of the sun, like a banquet of relief and reflection. As she succumbed to a well-deserved nap, the landscape gently cradled her in a lullaby of solitude and peace. Her dreams a tapestry woven from the threads of her journey. Each strand a story of courage, wonder, and the relentless pursuit of a dream. And Nyra awoke from her restful slumber. The soft embrace of the afternoon sun gently caressing her face. She stretched, feeling the toll of her journey in each muscle. Yet there was a vigour within her, kindled by the crisp air that flowed like a refreshing stream through her being. She gazed out across the plateau, its vastness a mirror to the journey that still lay ahead. The mountains, a jagged crown against the sky, loomed in the distance, daunting yet majestic. And resolute, she continued her trek. the earth beneath her feet, a patchwork of rocky terrain and sparse vegetation. The landscape was an open book of nature's resilience. Each shrub and grass, a character in its enduring narrative. The air a blend of earthy scents and the faint perfume of wildflowers filled her lungs, invigorating her spirit. And as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in a symphony of oranges and pinks, Nyra's journey was still far from its end. She pressed on, her resolve unwavering, yet the fatigue of days spent in relentless pursuit weighed upon her like a cloak. And in the embrace of twilight, her eyes caught the flicker of light from a distant cabin. And approaching the cabin, Nyra's heart beat with a mixture of hope and weariness. Her knock on the door echoed in the stillness. A solitary sound in the vastness of this barren landscape. In the shadow of the mountains, the door opened to reveal a sage, his face etched with the wisdom of time, his eyes pools of tranquil understanding. Invited into the cosy warmth of the cabin, Nyra felt a wave of relief wash over her. The crackling fire, a lively spirit in the hearth, filled the room with a comforting glow. A cat, reminiscent of her own back in Kingswell, curled at her feet, its purr, a soft undercurrent to the room's tranquility. And seated across from the sage, Nyra shared her tale, her voice a weaving of hope, doubt and determination. The sage listened, a silent guardian of her spoken dreams. And as the fire danced, its shadows playing along the walls, the sage began to impart his wisdom. Life, he began, his voice a gentle balm, is much like the seasons. Just as the world ebbs from the vibrancy of summer to the quietude of winter, so too do our journeys oscillate between periods of abundance and times of scarcity. Yet each phase holds its purpose and beauty. He continued, consider the stream outside. It flows, unceasing, sometimes meandering gently, other times cascading over rocks. It doesn't resist its course, nor care about the boulders in its path. It embraces each twist and turn, knowing that each is a part of its journey to the vast ocean. So must we embrace the twists and turns of our own paths. Nyra listened, the sage's words weaving through her thoughts, untangling the knots of her doubts. The mountain, he said, gesturing towards the looming peaks outside, casting an area of nothingness across the backdrop of stars, stands tall, not in defiance of the wind and rain, but in harmony with them. It endures, not because it's unyielding, but because it has learned to dance with the elements, to let them shape its character. And the conversation flowed like the stream he described, meandering through topics of struggle and growth. resilience, and surrender. Nyra felt her heart lighten, her resolve solidify. The wisdom of the sage, like the mountains he spoke of, was both a beacon and a shelter. As the night drew its curtains across the sky, the sage offered Nyra a place to rest. Grateful, she accepted, finding solace in the simple comfort of a bed, a luxury she hadn't known for what felt like ages. The warmth of the cabin, and the soft bed felt like a balm to her weary body and soul. And lying there, Nyra's thoughts drifted like leaves in a stream, buoyed by the sage's wisdom. She reflected on her journey, the challenges she had faced, and the path that still lay ahead. And in the stillness of the cabin, with the rhythmic purring of the cat as her lullaby, she felt a deep connection to the ebb and flow of life, understanding that each step, each challenge was a part of her own beautiful dance with destiny. As sleep claimed her, wrapping her in a cocoon of peace. Nyra drifted into a dreamscape where mountains and streams, cats and fires all swirled in a dance of light and shadow. The sage's words now, a part of her, were like stars guiding her through the night of her journey. And Nyra awoke in the sage's cabin, wrapped in the warmth of a bed that cradled her like a nurturing embrace. The morning light spilled through the window, painting the room in a palette of golden hues, igniting the embers of a new day. Her body felt rejuvenated. Each muscle singing a quiet hymn of restfulness. And breakfast was enriched by the company of the sage. The food like nourishing fuel that Nyra needed for her journey-worn spirit. And as they ate, the sage, his eyes reflecting the calm of dawn's first light, began to impart his knowledge about the magical mushroom. The mushroom you seek, he began, his voice a gentle current flowing with wisdom, resides in a cave that mirrors the sky, high in the mountains, where the air whispers secrets of the ancients. And there lies a cavern, its entrance cloaked in the embrace of nature. He continued, "Look for the pillar of stone, a lone peak that stands guard over the valley. At its base you'll notice some signs of nature. And a doorway hidden. And the cave breathes with the mountain, inhales the mists of morning, and exhales the dew of twilight. And Nyra listened intently, her mind etching every word into the canvas of her memory. The path to this cave, the sage added, is a dance with the mountain spirits. You must follow the stream that runs like a silver ribbon, its waters born from the mountain's heart, will guide you to your destination." And as they spoke, the cabin was filled with the aroma of fresh herbal tea, a brew that seemed to capture the essence of the mountains themselves. The sage's cat sat there, a silent witness to their exchange, just resting by the fire, purring with its soft undertones to the conversation. And gratitude filled Nyra's heart as she thanked the sage for his hospitality and wisdom, and with a deep sense of purpose, she stepped out into the crisp morning air. The landscape before her, a vast canvas awaiting her brushstrokes. And the stream, a constant companion on her journey, meandered through the barren landscape, its waters singing a melody of endurance and transformation. The sound of the bubbling stream was like a symphony composed by nature, each note a soothing balm to her soul. And as she walked, the gentle caress of the cool water's scent, tinged with the freshness of melting snow, filled her senses. The landscape, a blend of stark beauty and rugged grace, unfolded before her with each step. The mountains, now closer, stood like ancient pillars, their peaks veiled in the mists of mystery. And the day passed in a harmony of movement and nature. The sun's golden orb in the sky traced its arc, casting changing shadows over the landscape. And Nyra's journey was a dance with the elements, each step a closer union with the world around her. And as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in a tapestry of oranges and purples, Nyra found a spot near the stream to set up camp. The gentle murmur of the water was a lullaby inviting her to rest and gather strength for the ascent that awaited her. Her meal was a communion with the elements, the crackling of the campfire, the whispering of the stream, and the soft rustling of the wind through the sparse vegetation created a symphony that celebrated her day's journey. And as night wrapped its star-studded cloak around the world, Nyra lay by the fire, her thoughts a river flowing between the past and the future. The sage's words, now a part of her, were like a compass guiding her towards the heart of the mountain, towards the secret that lay hidden in its embrace. And drifting gently and deeply into sleep, Nyra felt a profound connection to the world around her. The stream's melody, the fire's warmth, and the mountain's looming presence were harmonious notes in the song of her journey, a lullaby that carried her into the realm of dreams. And as dawn unfurled its first golden tendrils across the sky, Nyra emerged from the comfort of her tent, greeted by the fresh embrace of the morning air. The world around her was bathed in the soft luminescence of daybreak, painting the landscape in hues of gentle amber and rose. The stream, her constant companion, murmured softly, its waters a shimmering path leading her onwards. And with her belongings securely packed, Nyra set forth towards the mountains, their towering presence, a silent call to the journey ahead. And the path was a marathon of determination. Each step a symphony of her resolve and the earth's embrace. The stream a silver ribbon winding through the landscape, was her guide, leading her through the tapestry of the wilderness towards the heart of the mountains. And as she walked, the sun ascended in the sky, its fiery chariot illuminating her path. The landscape, transformed with the day, the shadows of the morning giving way to the stark clarity of noon. The air crisp and invigorating, calming and healing her spirit, infusing her with the energy of the wild. And Nyra's journey was a dance with nature, her feet moving in rhythm with the undulating terrain. The mountains now looming overhead stood as ancient guardians of forgotten secrets and untold mysteries. Their jagged peaks pierced the heavens, challenging the sky with their majestic stature. And the stream, now a torrent of cascading melodies, sang of the mountain's soul. A song of enduring strength and timeless wisdom. The gentle scent of distant pine and earth mingled in the air. A fragrance that spoke of the mountain's untamed heart. And as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of fiery hues, Nyra arrived at the base of the mountain. The enormity of her task lay before her. The mountain's face, a tapestry of rock and verdure an epic poem written by the hands of time. And setting up camp by the stream, Nyra sat by the fire, the flames dancing like sprites, carrying out a wild ritual. The mountain, now a silhouette against the twilight sky, stood watch over her. Its presence was a silent challenge, a sign of the journey that awaited her with the dawn. And Nyra gazed up at the mountain, her eyes tracing the stream's path down its side. The stream, a lifeline carved into the mountain's flank, would be her guide to the elusive cave. She reviewed her provisions, checking each item with the meticulousness of a seasoned traveller. The rope, the harness, and the rest of her climbing gear were symbols of her preparedness, each item a promise of safety and resilience. And as the stars began to dot the sky, Nyra thought about the ascent ahead. The mountain, in its stoic grandeur, seemed to whisper secrets on the wind. Tales of those who had dared to traverse its heights, and the wisdom it had imparted to them. In the fire's warm glow, Nyra felt a kinship with those past, distant travellers of age, a shared legacy of courage and quest. The night deepened and the campfire's glow became a beacon in the wilderness. Nyra, wrapped in the blanket of solitude, felt a profound connection to the mountain and the stream. Her thoughts drifted like leaves on the wind, each one a reflection on the steps she had taken and the path that lay ahead. And sleep came to her under the watchful gaze of the mountain. Her dreams a mingling of firelight and starshine, of cascading waters and towering peaks. The mountain, in her dreams, was both a mentor and a muse, guiding her spirit as she prepared to embrace the challenge of the climb. And waking to the very first whispers of dawn, Nyra emerged from her temporary sanctuary, her body and spirit infused with the fresh vigour of the mountain air. The world around her still draped in the last remnants of the night. Was beginning to come alive. Each sound and scent a sign of the new promise the day had to offer. And she once again methodically packed away her belongings, her movements a ritual of preparation and focus. The mountain now no longer just a distant goal, but an imposing reality stood there before her, its peaks shrouded in the morning mist, like ancient mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Following the stream, Nyra began her ascent. The mountain's base, a rugged terrain of stone and earth, presented a challenging path. Each step was a balance of determination and grace, a physical embodiment of her journey's essence. The stream, her guiding spirit, wound upwards with her, its waters singing a song of resilience, a reminder that even the mightiest of mountains yield to the persistent dance of flowing water. And the climb, though challenging, was also a path of introspection. With each upward stride, Nyra reflected on the wisdom imparted by the sage, the enigmatic dance of the luminescent forest, the gentle teachings of the meadow's guardian. Each memory was a stone in the mosaic of her journey, a collection of experiences that had sculpted her into a more profound version of herself. And by late afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purples, Nyra found a small plateau. And here, nestled within the mountain's embrace, was a small cave, a natural sanctuary to rest and gather her thoughts. And setting up camp within this small cave, Nyra sat at the cave's mouth, her eyes tracing the path she'd travelled. The land below, a quilt of white leading to browns and greens, stretching all the way back to the edge of the woodland, now just a distant line on the horizon. And this panorama was a physical representation of her journey, a journey that had started with a single step in Kingswell and had now brought her to the cusp of her goal. And as twilight deepened, the sky above transformed into a grand canvas, stars appearing like pinpricks of hope in the vast cosmic tapestry. In the quietude of the mountain, Nyra allowed herself to drift and float deeply and comfortably into a reverie. Her mind soared above the landscape, envisioning realms undiscovered, beings of wonder, and stories untold. This flight of imagination was a celebration of her journey's unbound spirit, a sign of the limitless potential that lay within her. And slowly, this pleasant daydream faded, and Nyra found herself descending into a tranquil slumber, deeper and deeper, all the way, her body and mind now in perfect harmony with the mountain's rhythm, prepared for the final leg of her quest. And in this serene state, she felt an alignment with the world around her, a symphony of existence where every element, every creature, every breath was interconnected, and Nyra's sleep was a peaceful voyage, her spirit embarking on a nocturnal journey through landscapes painted with the brushstrokes of serenity and harmony. She rested, not as a solitary traveller, but as a part of the mountain itself. Her heartbeat in sync with the ancient pulse of the earth. And Nyra awoke to a world bathed in the soft hues of dawn, the gentle light filtering through the mouth of the small cave that had been her shelter on this mountain's high plateau. Her tent, nestled within this natural alcove, provided a brief respite from the arduous journey she'd undertaken. And as she emerged, the cool, thin air of the mountain gently greeted her, a stark contrast to the warmth of her temporary haven. And the day ahead loomed as a formidable challenge. She packed away her tent, each fold and stow a ritual of preparation for the next phase of her ascent. The mountain, an ever-present pillar, cast a long shadow over her path. Its steep and treacherous slopes symbolizing the trials she'd faced. And as she embarked on the day's climb. She felt the weight of her endeavour more acutely than ever. The terrain grew increasingly perilous. A labyrinth of rock and ice that tested both her physical prowess and her mental fortitude. The wind, a constant companion on the mountain, whipped around her with a bracing chill, its icy fingers stinging her cheeks and invigorating her senses. And as she climbed higher and higher, following the path of the stream that now cascaded down the mountainside, the air continued to thin, each breath becoming more of a laborious task. Her body ached with the exertion, a sign of her relentless push towards her goal. And this part of the climb was more than just ascending the mountain. It was a battle against her own limits, a confrontation with the physical and emotional barriers that sought to impede her progress. The sheer, ice-covered faces of the mountain demanded her utmost attention and skill. Climbing alongside the frozen waterfalls, her hands and feet sought places to grab and hold firmly on the slippery surfaces. Each movement, a delicate balance between risk and necessity. And the mountain, in its stoic indifference, offered no support. Its rugged beauty, a harsh reminder of nature's unforgiving rules. And by late in the afternoon, as the sun once again began its descent, casting the sky in shades of oranges and purples, Nyra reached a slightly more forgiving plateau just beneath the summit. And here the stream's source was visible. The mouth of the cave she sought so tantalizingly close. And overwhelmed with exhaustion, yet buoyed by the sight of her destination, she paused to catch her breath. and understanding the need to gather her strength, Nyra set up a tent once more. She sat by the entrance, her body weary but her spirit resilient. She allowed herself a moment of rest. She had some food, and each bite was a small victory in maintaining her energy and focus. And from her vantage point, Nyra could see the journey that lay behind her, a sprawling expanse that spoke of her enduring spirit. As she gazed upon the path she traversed, there was a sense of accomplishment mixed with the anticipation of what lay ahead in the cave. This moment of respite wasn't one of surrender, but a strategic pause, a necessary interlude to regroup and refocus. Nyra understood that the final leg of her journey required not just physical readiness, but a clear and determined mind. She looked towards the cave with a sense of curiosity and determination, knowing somewhere within that cave will be the mushroom she has been seeking. And rejuvenated from her brief break, Nyra gathered her resolve and stepped out of her tent, her gaze fixed on the secluded cave that lay just a stone's throw away. The cave, glowing with a gentle, ethereal light, beckoned her with an air of enchantment. Its entrance a portal to a world yet unexplored. And as she approached, the cave seemed to welcome her, its mouth aglow with that soft, pulsating light. The air inside was surprisingly warm, a stark contrast to the biting chill of the mountain's exterior. And the warmth enveloped her as she crossed the threshold, like a comforting embrace, welcoming her into a realm of wonder. The interior of the cave was full of magic and mystery. Bioluminescent plants adorned its walls, the gentle luminescence, painting the cave in hues of soft blues and greens. Long petalled flowers, glowing with an inner light, swaying ever so slightly in the subtle currents of air, their movements a silent dance in the cave's tranquil atmosphere. And Nyra's senses were enveloped in the cave's enchantment. Her eyes marvelled at the play of light and shadow, the way the glowing flora seemed to breathe life into the ancient stones. The soft rustling of the petals, barely audible, was a symphony of serenity, a sound that spoke of the cave's hidden depths and secrets. And the air carried a fragrance that was both earthy and ethereal, a blend of moss, damp stone, and a sweet, undefinable scent that seemed to be the very essence of the cave itself. And this scent was a guide, leading her deeper and deeper into the heart of the cavern. And as Nyra ventured further, her path illuminated by the soft glow of the cave's flora, she marked her passage, careful to leave small signs of her journey. A stacked stone here, a tied ribbon there, ensuring she could navigate the winding paths and multiple routes within the cave's embrace. And each turn revealed new wonders, crystalline formations that glimmered like stars in a subterranean sky, pools of water as clear as glass, reflecting the cave's mystic light in endless ripples. The cave was a living entity, each chamber a different facet of its splendour. And as she delved deeper and deeper, the cave's magic seemed to grow more profound. Stalactites and stalagmites, like the guardians of this underground realm, reached towards each other in a slow, eternal attempt to bridge the gap between earth and stone. In some areas, the walls were adorned with ancient paintings, cryptic symbols and images that whispered tales of a time long forgotten. Nyra felt a deep sense of connection to this place, as if the cave itself was a part of her story, a chapter in her quest that was essential to her growth and understanding. Her exploration was not just a search for the magical mushroom, but a journey into the heart of nature's unseen world. And as she moved through this enchanting labyrinth, her heart filled with awe and reverence. The cave was a living testament to the earth's hidden beauty, a secret world that existed in harmony with the world above. And after hours of exploration, Nyra found herself in a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. The air around her vibrating with an unspoken promise. She knew that her quest was drawing to its climax, the elusive mushroom now closer than ever. And with a heart full of wonder and eyes wide with anticipation, Nyra pressed on, her spirit alight with the magic of the cave and the mysteries that it held. And Nyra's journey within the enchanted cave unfolds like a symphony, each step a note resonating with the music of discovery. Her path illuminated by a soft, magical glow, leading her deeper and deeper into the heart of the mountain. The cave, a hidden sanctum beneath the rugged facade of nature, reveals its secrets in whispers of light and shadow. The air a warm embrace compared to the biting chill outside, carries a hint of mystery. It brushes against Nyra's skin, a gentle reminder of the cave's living presence. The walls adorned with their luminous flora radiate that calming energy, the petals undulating gracefully in the air's subtle dance, as if this cave is breathing. Its exhale, a tender caress upon the mystical plants, and with her senses heightened, Nyra moves with purpose, yet remains entranced by the spectacle around her. She treads softly, her footsteps so delicate, respecting this hidden world. And with each turn, the cave reveals its intricate network, a labyrinth sculpted by time and the earth's whispered secrets. And continuing to mark her path, she ensures a trail back to the world outside the cave. And yet with each step, the lure of the unknown beckons her deeper and deeper, the cave's heart seeming to almost beat in sync with her own, its rhythm like a guide through the corridors and the chambers. Walking from one cathedral-esque chamber into corridors, weaving through those corridors, and finding herself in another cathedral-like chamber. This cave system, an awe-inspiring example of nature's wonder. And in this otherworldly realm, in this cave, fireflies seem to dance like tiny stars. They glow, a constellation of dreams against the darkness, and they lead her onward. Their flight, like a map drawn in real time. Magical butterflies, their wings aglow with pulsating light, leave trails of sparkling stardust. like a celestial path for Nyra to follow. The air grows damper, the scent of moist earth and ancient stone continuing to mingle, forming that fragrance of timelessness, like a world within a world, a hidden ecosystem thriving in the embrace of the mountain's soul. And the deeper Nyra ventures in this cave, the more the cave reveals its enchanting inhabitants and ethereal beauty. And in the distance, a soft luminescence catches her eye, and approaching, she discovers its source. Patches of mushrooms, their caps aglow like embers in the twilight of this underground realm. Their soft radiance painting the ground with palette of otherworldly hues. Each mushroom a tiny beacon in the dim expanse of the cave. And Nyra, her heart full of anticipation, approaches that glowing fungi. And the air here is thick with the scent of damp earth, a natural aroma that speaks of life and growth. In the deepest recesses of the mountain, the mushrooms, nestled within the nurturing soil, seem to pulse with an energy that resonates with the very core of Nyra's quest. And she kneels beside them, observing their unique beauty, the intricate patterns on their caps, the gentle curve of their stems, and the soft, almost musical whisper of their presence. It's a moment of profound connection, a meeting of two entities brought together by fate and the woven tapestry of Nyra's journey. And as she reaches out to gently touch the nearest mushroom, A sense of accomplishment washes over her. It's a tactile confirmation of her journey's purpose. The culmination of countless steps, challenges, and lessons learned. And the mushroom's surface is cool and slightly damp. A stark contrast to the warmth of the cave air. This moment, bathed in the soft glow of the magical mushrooms, has been a sign of Nyra's resilience, determination, and the unyielding spirit of adventure. A triumph, not just of physical endurance, but of the heart and mind. A testament to the power of belief and the pursuit of dreams. And with a deep breath, Nyra savours this moment of triumph. The journey has been challenging, a path fraught with trials both physical and emotional. Yet, here she stands on the precipice of discovery, her goal within her grasp. It's a victory not just for her, but for the dreams that have fueled her journey. A beacon of hope in the quest for the magical mushrooms. And Nyra, with a sense of reverence, reached for one of the glowing mushrooms. The underside of the mushroom, revealing a network of delicate gills, like the intricately woven threads of a celestial tapestry. The stalk was firm yet yielding, demonstrating the resilience of life in the harshest of conditions. The cap, luminescent and tender, seemed to pulsate with an inner light, as if holding the secrets of the universe within its velvety embrace. And as Nyra touched the mushroom, its texture was a paradox, both smooth like the calm surface of a moonlit lake and rugged like the bark of an ancient tree. She brought it close, inhaling its scent, a blend of earthy musk and a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of rain-soaked soil at the dawn of spring. and carefully, she sliced a thin sliver, its glow dimming momentarily, as if sighing in response to her touch. And tasting the mushroom, she expected bitterness, but instead she was greeted with a flavour that danced on her tongue, a symphony of the forest's essence. It was like sipping the nectar of a rare blossom, hidden in the depths of an enchanted grove. And in moments, the world around Nyra began to shift. The cave's walls, once mere stone, now pulsed with life, their surface becoming transparent windows to the world outside. Through these natural screens, Nyra witnessed the mycelium network, a vast subterranean web, a living conduit connecting the heart of the forest, its trees, plants and creatures, in a harmonious exchange of life and energy. And the network stretched out like a neural pathway of nature, revealing its reach across the entire continent of Taramysia. It was a revelation, understanding that the mushrooms were not isolated miracles, but part of a greater whole, thriving in symbiosis with the land. This connection was the source of their magic, a bond formed over millennia, thriving in the cave's unique sanctuary. Nyra's mind soared, carried on the wings of this newfound knowledge. She realized that the raw power of the mushrooms was far greater than she'd imagined. Their magic was not just in healing wounds or curing illnesses, but in revealing the interconnectedness of all life, a unifying force that transcended physical boundaries. And in her reverie, Nyra saw the mycelium's tendrils intertwining with the roots of ancient trees. A silent, nurturing conversation that had whispered through the ages. She felt an overwhelming sense of unity, a realization that every creature, every plant, every drop of water was part of a grand, intricate dance of existence. Nyra recalled the scrolls from the library, her journey, the wisdom imparted by the land and the people she'd met. She understood now that her experiences, her learnings, were not just for her own enlightenment, but were pieces of a puzzle that could benefit all of Taramysia. The knowledge she would bring back to Kingswell would not only update the ancient texts, but would also deepen the understanding of the mystical ties that bound all life together. And as Nyra emerged from her trance-like state, she felt a profound sense of achievement and elation. She'd not only found the mushroom, but had also uncovered a deeper truth about the world, a truth that resonated with every fibre of her being. Her journey had transformed from a quest for a rare ingredient to a pilgrimage of understanding the sacred tapestry of life. The cave, once a mere destination, now felt like a sacred space, a temple of natural wisdom, where the boundaries between the physical and the mystical blurred. Revealing the endless possibilities of existence. Nyra knew that her journey was far from over, but in this moment, she had found something far more valuable than she had ever sought. A deeper connection with the world and her place within its endless cycle. And in the heart of the glowing cave, surrounded by the magical mushrooms, Nyra knelt, her mind flickering with newfound understanding. As she observed the fungi, an idea began to form, a revelation about the cycle of life and growth that these extraordinary organisms represented. The mycelium network, a subterranean tapestry woven beneath the soil, was the key to their sustenance and propagation. This network, intricate and expansive, was the lifeline that connected each mushroom to the greater whole of Taramysia and its natural world. Nyra now understood that to cultivate these mushrooms sustainably, she needed to replicate not just the soil or the climate of the cave, but also this vital connection. The mushrooms were not merely something to be harvested. They were part of a larger ecological puzzle, thriving in harmony with their environment. And so gently, she began to gather some of the mushrooms, treating each one with the reverence of a sacred relic. Along with them, she scooped up handfuls of the cave's soil, rich and damp. The perfect condition to nurture these magical entities. And as she collected the soil, she envisioned her cottage's basement in Kingswell, a space that she would transform into a sanctuary for these glowing wonders. She was aware she was going to need to create an environment that mimicked the cave's unique atmosphere, the humidity, the warmth, the subtle play of light and shadow. Her thoughts turned to the basement walls, the barriers that separated her cultivated space from the wild expanse of Taramysia. She knew she would need to breach these confines to allow the mycelium a passage to connect with the vast network beyond. As she pondered, she imagined the mycelium extending from the mushrooms she would plant, burrowing into the soil, seeking out their kin across the land. This connection was essential, a lifeline that would ensure the mushroom's growth and vitality. And Nyra was aware that to cultivate the mushrooms, it wasn't just about creating the right conditions, but about respecting the balance of nature. She would need to be a steward, not just a gardener, a guardian of a sacred tradition that spanned generations and traversed the very fabric of Taramysia. The mushrooms themselves, she noted, were potent beyond measure. A mere shaving would be enough to imbue her cakes and their extraordinary flavour and healing properties. This potency was a reminder of the magic's power of those mushrooms. And as she prepared to leave the cave, Her heart was full of purpose. She'd discovered the mushrooms and uncovered the secrets on how to sustainably cultivate them. She'd bring this knowledge back to Kingswell, sharing the gift of these mushrooms while honouring their connection to the land. And Nyra's journey, which had begun as a quest for a rare ingredient, had transformed into a pilgrimage of understanding. She'd learned that true cultivation was about harmony and respect, about acknowledging the interdependence of all living things. And as she made her way out of the cave, the mushrooms and the soil safely secured in her pack, Nyra held on to that profound sense of responsibility. She wasn't just a baker or an adventurer. She was now a custodian of a piece of Taramysia's soil, a guardian of a legacy that connected the past, present and future. Her journey back to Kingswell would be one of anticipation and planning. The basement of her cottage would become a cradle of life, a microcosm of the cave's magic. And as she walked, the mycelium network beneath her feet seemed to hum in approval, a silent acknowledgement of the role she would now play in the grand tapestry of nature. And with the precious mushrooms and soil secured, Nyra turned her attention to the task of retracing her steps through the enchanting labyrinth of the cave. The journey back, a mirror of her journey into this cave and through this cave, through the dance of light and shadows, weaving through the passages, through this world almost suspended between reality and reverie. And as she navigated the winding paths, the glowing flora that had once guided her deeper into the cave now gently lit her way back. Each luminescent petal and leaf seeming to almost bid her a silent farewell. Their light like a gentle caress guiding her steps. The cave like a mystical sanctuary that had cradled her in its depths, now released her back into the world with a tender, unspoken blessing. The echoes of her footsteps were like whispers of gratitude reverberating off the ancient walls, the air still warm and fragrant, with the scent of damp earth, seemed to hum with the energy of the mushrooms she carried. It was as if the cave itself was now a part of her, its essence interwoven with her own. And navigating the cave's intricate network was like walking through a living tapestry. The bioluminescent fireflies, like tiny guides, danced around her, their light a beacon in the dim passageways. The magical butterflies, their wings leaving trails of sparkling stardust, fluttered past, a reminder of the wonder and the beauty that lay hidden in the heart of the mountain. And as Nyra moved through the cave, her senses were heightened. Each sight, sound and scent etched into her memory. The cool touch of the stone walls, the gentle rustling of the glowing flora, and the distant drip of water from the stalactites formed a symphony of natural harmony, a song that spoke of the earth's ancient secrets. And the cave's passengers, once a realm of discovery, now felt like an old friend bidding her farewell. Each twist and turn was familiar, a well-trodden path in her quest for the magical mushroom. The shadows played across the walls, creating patterns of light and dark that danced with her every step. And as she neared the exit, the anticipation of her return to the external world grew. The cave, a realm of magic and mystery, had been a sanctuary, a place of learning and growth. Now, as she prepared to leave its embrace, she felt a sense of completion, like a chapter closing in the story of her journey. And emerging from the cave, Nyra was greeted by the vast expanse of the night sky. The stars, like a canopy of diamonds, shone brightly above, their light a gentle reminder of the world's vastness and beauty. She was surprised to find that it was deep into the night. The moon, a silver sentinel watching over the mountain. Realizing the risks of trying to descend the mountain in the dark, Nyra decides to make a camp at the cave's entrance. She set up her tent, her small haven in the embrace of the mountain's rugged slopes. As she settled down for the night, the cool mountain air whispering stories of the land, a lullaby carrying her deeper and deeper into the realm of dreams. And in her tent, nestled in the mountain's protective hold, Nyra drifted into the most peaceful slumber. Her dreams a patchwork of her journey, a collage of faces, places, and lessons learned. The mushrooms glowing softly in her mind's eye, symbolizing her achievement, her courage and determination. And as she slept, her heart was light, filled with the joy of her accomplishment, focusing on her journey ahead. And the descent at first light would mark the beginning of her return to Kingswell, to her beloved bakery and the life she'd left behind. And in her dreams, Nyra soared above the landscape, her spirit free and unburdened. She saw the bakery, her friends, and the streets of Kingswell, each like a beacon calling her home. Her journey had been a pilgrimage of discovery, not just of the magical mushroom, but of herself and her place in the tapestry of life. And as dawn approached, Nyra's dreams faded, and she awoke to the first light of day. The mountain greeting her with the promise of a new day, of a new chapter in her story. With the mushroom in her possession and the knowledge of how to cultivate it, she was ready to embark on the final leg of her journey, a journey that would take her back to where it all began. And Nyra stood on the side of the mountain, her breath misting in the crisp mountain air. The mountain that had been her formidable adversary now stood silent, With the mushrooms carefully packed, she began her descent. Each step like a dance with the mountain's soul. The descent was like a meditative journey, a reflection of her ascent, but imbued with a sense of fulfillment and inner peace. The path, once a daunting challenge, now felt like an old friend. Its twists and turns, the familiar embrace, the steep inclines that had tested her resolve on the way up, now offered a gentle resistance, a reminder of her newfound strength and resilience. And as Nyra navigated the rocky terrain, her mind wandered through the memories of her journey, the fairies in the woodland, the unicorn in the meadow, the sage in the cabin. Each encounter was a thread in the tapestry of her adventure, weaving a story of growth, understanding, and connection with the natural world. And she continued to descend, following the cascading waterfalls, descending further and seeing the tops of the whispering pines, the carpet of moss. Each element seeming to almost sing a song of harmony and balance, a song that resonated deeply with her soul. And as Nyra reached the plateau where she'd previously camped, its familiar contours welcoming her like an old friend, she set up her tent in the mouth of that same small cave. Lit a campfire which gently crackled to life. Sat by the fire for a while, her gaze lost in the stars above. As she gently drifted asleep, and after sleeping for a while, she awoke the next day to continue her descent. Starting early, with the mountain slopes illuminated by the golden morning sun. And she descended for the whole day. And as nightfall was beginning to emerge once more, she finally reached the base of the mountain. She set up camp once more for the night, enjoying the warmth of the fire, the taste of her food, and the softness of her tent. her thoughts turned to Kingswell, to her bakery, to the new chapter that awaited her, the mushroom with its magical properties. Was not just a means to save her business. It was a symbol of her connection to the natural world, and a representation of the wisdom she'd gained. She imagined her bakery transformed, a haven of healing and delight, attracting customers from far and wide. She imagined the joy and wonder on the faces of her customers as they tasted her creations, each bite infused with the magic of the mushroom. And as sleep enveloped her, her dreams mirrored her journey. She looked forward to revisiting the vibrant meadows. She imagined her time in the mystical cave, the climb she's just done on this majestic mountain. And drifting and dreaming with the thoughts of her self-discovery. All started as just a baker seeking a solution to a problem. She fell deeply and profoundly asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close, and with your eyes closed you can begin to comfortably drift asleep. I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And Nyra's journey back from the mountain's base was a reflective odyssey where each step retraced the paths of her ascent, now laden with her newfound wisdom and experiences. The landscape, stark yet serene in its sparsely vegetated expanse, echoed her inner contemplations. The air, tinged with the faint scent of wild thyme and sagebrush, carried whispers of the past, intertwining with her thoughts of the future. The twilight's embrace began to paint the sky in a palette of deep purples and blues. Nyra once again approached the sage's humble home, that solitary cabin, a beacon in the vastness of the open terrain, stood as a sign of the wisdom that can thrive even in the most unassuming places. And the sage with eyes reflecting the depth of the starlit sky welcomed Nyra, their gaze holding stories of many moons and suns. The interior of the cabin, lit by the soft glow of candles, portrayed a level of simplicity and tranquility. And the sage, moving with the grace of age, prepared a meal of broth seasoned with herbs from the scarce but resilient landscape outside. Their conversations were a gentle stream of wisdom and listening, flowing effortlessly, filling the cabin with a sense of warmth and understanding. Nyra, her heart, a vessel of gratitude, shared her journey's tale, her voice woven with emotions and learnings, resonated in the cabin's corner, finding a listener in the wise sage. And the sage, in turn, offered words soft as velvet, imbued with the weight of knowledge, each phrase a guiding star in the vast sky of Nyra's mind. And as the night wrapped the world outside in its quiet blanket, Nyra prepared for rest in a comfortable bed in a small cozy nook of the cabin. The sage's parting words for the night were like a gentle lullaby, encouraging restful sleep and peaceful dreams. The cabin, nestled under the celestial tapestry, was a cradle of serenity, shielding her from the whispers of the wild outside. Nyra lay down, the day's fatigue melting away in the solace of the sage's haven. The soft rustle of the wind against the cabin walls sang a soothing song, harmonizing with her slow breaths. Her mind, once a whirlwind of thoughts and anxieties, now settled into a calm rhythm, each inhalation drawing her deeper and deeper into a state of pleasant tranquility. And in this quiet location, her thoughts unfurled like night blooming flowers, revealing the layers of her journey, the challenges faced, the fears overcome, and the wisdom gained. Each reflection was a thread in the tapestry of her adventure, woven intricately into her being. And the sage's words lingered in the air, mingling with the candlelight's dance, creating an ambience of introspection and peace. And Nyra felt a profound connection to the sage's wisdom, a bond formed through the shared language of experience and understanding. And as the candles flickered their last light, the cabin sank into a comfortable darkness, like a blanket holding Nyra in its embrace. And the world outside faded away, and in its place arose the most beautiful dreamscape, a realm where her journey continued in ethereal forms and colours. And Nyra's breaths became deeper and deeper, rhythmic like the distant hum of the earth as she drifted into the realm of sleep. And her heart, lightened by the release of her tale, beat with a gentle cadence, a quiet echo of her journey's end and the promise of new beginnings. And the sage, a silhouette of tranquility, watched over the cabin, a guardian of rest and dreams. And under their watchful presence, Nyra's sleep was deep and undisturbed, a journey through the night as profound as her journey through the mountains. And in this serene slumber, Nyra's spirit danced with the stars above, her body anchored in the warmth of the sage's cabin. Her mind adrift in the peaceful reverie of sleep's embrace. Nyra, emboldened by the sage's wisdom, set forth from the cabin at dawn. Her heart acting like a compass, guided by the experiences etched deep within her. The journey back to the cliff mirrored her journey from that cliff, each step a reflection of her inward transformation. The landscape, consisting of muted colours and sparse vegetation, was like it was telling stories of resilience, sharing that experience and similarity with Nyra's own journey. And as she approached the cliff, she recalled her challenging ascent and hoped that the descent would be an easier climb. And the descent was a delicate ballet, a dance with gravity. She descended down this towering challenge, climbing down that rugged face of a cliff, clinging on with her fingertips, finding footholds, and descending into the embrace of the landscape below. And as Nyra continued descending, she felt the world expand around her, the horizon stretching far and wide, like possibilities unfurling before each step. The sun casting its warmth, its radiant light across this landscape. Long shadows beginning to move and travel slowly across the land below. And as nightfall approached, Nyra walked away from the base of that cliff, heading towards the caves she had exited days earlier. And as she walked, and the sun continued to set, she gathered twigs and leaves, gathering up kindling for a small fire. And as she arrived at the mouth of the cave, she lit that small fire, the fire crackling to life, the flames dancing and flickering under the starlit sky. The fire's warmth bringing comfort and peace, with the hypnotic dance of the light, and warding off the gentle evening chill. And Nyra sat by the fire, her thoughts like a flowing river of memories and reflections, each one a ripple in the waters of her mind. And Nyra cooked her dinner, enjoyed each bite, absorbing herself in the simplicity of her experience and the connection with the natural world around her. And as the night deepened and the stars began their dance across the sky, Nyra lay back, resting down in her tent in the mouth of the cave. Those constellations telling ancient stories in the sky overhead, almost whispering secrets of time and past existence. And the fire gradually dwindled down to gently glowing embers, with a little warmth still lingering in the cool night air, and with a profound sense of peace. She drifted and floated deeply and comfortably into the inner realm of dreams. And Nyra's sleep was like a gentle voyage into the world of slumber, where the adventures of the day transformed into dreams of vibrant hues and soft echoes. And in her dreams, she wandered through landscapes woven from her experiences, each scene a reflection of lessons taught through her journey. The cliffs, the encounter with the sage, the mountain climb, the caves, all merging into a dream tapestry where reality and fantasy continue to dance in harmonious synchrony. And as she slept, it was as if the night cradled her in its serene embrace. The sounds of the wild, just a distant lullaby. drifting into the most pleasant, tranquil haven of peace and calm, where her spirit can rejuvenate, her body can repair, and her mind can prepare for the continued journey ahead. And as the sun began to rise, Nyra gently awoke, packed away her things, and headed deeper into the cave. And with each step, she followed the markers she'd left during her previous journey, like a trail of breadcrumbs through this subterranean world. And the familiarity of the route made her passage swift. And as Nyra emerged from the cave's mouth, the world outside greeted her with a breathtaking view of the magical meadow. The meadow, a vibrant canvas of greens and wild flowers, swayed in the morning breeze, a dance of colours and life, and the air was so fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. And her journey through the meadow was so serene, shadows and light playing at her feet, painting the ground with ever-changing patterns. The meadow, full of bees and butterflies, darting from flower to flower. And as twilight began to descend over the land, Nyra once again encountered the guardian of the meadow. She shared some of her adventure with the guardian, before crossing the bridge and continuing her journey. And as she continued her journey through the meadow, she could feel a sense of magic from her experience. And as night descended, the sprites of the meadow emerged, their tiny lights flickering like stars among the plants of the meadow. Nyra engaged in some playfulness with those sprites, continuing her journey under the darkness of the sky. under a world bathed in silvery light from the moon. Until eventually tiredness began to catch up with Nyra, tapping on her shoulder, encouraging her to take some time to rest and sleep. And so, as Nyra reached the edge of the forest, she set up her camp and settled down for the night. The forest around her standing tall and strong, watching over her as she rests. The sounds of the forest, like a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant calls of animals, lulling her deeper and deeper into the most pleasant, restorative sleep. And in this peaceful slumber, Nyra's spirit soared, feeling free from the constraints of time and space, her heart echoing the rhythm of the natural world, her body resting and recovering deeper and deeper, her soul travelling through the boundless realms of dreams. And as morning greeted Nyra with the gentle sound of birdsong and the soft whispers of the forest, she opened her eyes, packed away her stuff, and continued on her journey through the woods. And the forest felt even more so like a living mosaic of greenery and light, embracing her every step. The dappled sunlight occasionally breaking through the canopy and dancing on the forest floor. And Nyra followed. The crescent moons etched onto the bark, navigating her way back in the direction of Kingswell. Each step a step closer to home. And in the heart of the forest, Nyra once again encountered the unicorn, its majestic presence like a radiant beacon in the dappled shade. The unicorn's coat shimmering like moonlight, its eyes like deep pools of wisdom. And they shared a moment of silent understanding. And the unicorn joined Nyra for a little bit of her journey. Before the forest gradually transitioned into being less dense and Nyra said goodbye to the unicorn, continuing on her own. And the day continued on to the night. And Nyra followed a stream, heading back to those fairies. She discussed her journey with the fairies. She once again spent time staying with the fairies overnight, ready to be able to continue her journey the next morning. And the next morning she set off. And she walked through the whole day, reaching the edge of the woodland just as the sun was setting. And at the edge of the woodland, where the trees began to thin out, giving way to open fields, with Kingswell just beyond the distant horizon, Nyra decided to rest once more so that she could make that final leg of her journey back to Kingswell in the morning. And as Nyra set up camp, the night was quiet, and she slipped into a peaceful and pleasant slumber. She looked forward to arriving back in Kingswell, getting back to her bakery, her cottage, and making a new home for the mushrooms. And the next morning, Nyra continued through the meadows and farmland, this final leg of her journey. And as she got closer and closer to Kingswell, she could notice the air filled with the scent of harvest. And she could see Kingswell becoming clearer and clearer in view with each step. And as she entered Kingswell, she was met with joy and wonder. Friends and townsfolk, who'd not seen her for over 40 days, greeted her with open arms and wide smiles, their voices a chorus of welcome, filled Nyra's heart with warmth and a deep sense of belonging. And in the embrace of her community, Nyra felt a profound sense of completion. Her journey was woven from courage, wisdom, and magic, and she had now travelled full circle back to the place where her heart truly belonged. Her heart was like a treasure chest of experiences. As she walked through the welcoming embrace of Kingswell, her mushroom stored in her bag, the town bustling with the rhythm of daily life, pausing as she passed. She headed to the library, a sanctuary of knowledge and history, and she walked through the halls of the library, spoke with the librarian about the journey she'd been on, the magic she'd discovered. She unveiled the magical mushroom, and her voice, like a gentle stream of knowledge, began to share the intricacies of her tale, weaving the story of her journey with the magic of the mushroom. Her words painting a vivid description of enchanted forests, mystical caves, and curious encounters. And the mushrooms seemed to almost glow with an inner light, as Nyra explained its unique properties, the way it connects with the mycelium network, the way this mushroom is the creator of that mycelium network, like a natural communication network beneath the earth, connecting all things in Taramysia. And the librarian listened, their mind like a garden where the seeds of Nyra's knowledge took root. They found themselves marvelling at Nyra's descriptions of the mushroom's abilities to heal, to connect, to transform. They took note and wrote down everything she was saying, all the new understandings she'd returned with for them. Each ripple expanding the boundaries of their knowledge. And they continued transcribing her tale. And adding Nyra's contribution about the mushroom. To the information, the limited information they'd already held. Making this magical mushroom a little bit less of a mystery. And once Nyra had shared her story and knowledge with the library, she walked the streets of Kingswell and headed home to her cottage. And once home, she ventured into the depths of her cottage's basement. And she cultivated the magical mushrooms. She transformed the basement into a sanctuary for the mushrooms. She toiled long and hard, the air becoming thick with the scent of earth and the promise of helping these mushrooms thrive and survive and connect with the wider mycelium network. And she worked at crafting the environment into one that mirrored the environment the mushrooms came from. Making sure the soil contained the right nutrients, the right amount of moisture, that the right light levels were in this basement, and the right temperature. And over the coming days, Nyra watched as the mushrooms took hold, grew and connected with the mycelium network. Intertwining with the network and strengthening those mushrooms in the basement. And she continued to tend to those mushrooms, gaining new understanding, transforming her basement into a living, breathing ecosystem, like a secret underground garden. The mushrooms glowing in the corner of the basement, and with the mushrooms flourishing under Nyra's care, she decided to try out making use of the mushrooms. She took some shavings from the cap of one of the mushrooms, headed to her bakery, and almost seemed to begin a dance in her kitchen, her hands weaving ingredients together with the care of an artist. Adding a few flecks of the mushroom to some cooking, its essence a melody of flavours, transforming the breads and cakes and pastries that she's now making into the most delightful foods. And Nyra's bakery filled with the scents of her treats, and people entered with a sense of wonder and anticipation, and the mushroom's flavour was subtle yet profound, weaving through pastries like a dream, a hint of the extraordinary in every bite. Her bakery developing a mystical allure, customers being drawn in by the enchanting aroma. Nyra's cooking now imbued with the magic of the mushroom, offering an ethereal taste, each bite like a journey into the heart of Taramysia, a dance of flavours whispering ancient secrets and timeless tales. Customers' faces lighting up with delight as their taste buds light up with the magic of her baking. The mushrooms had brought a touch of the enchanted forest to the heart of Kingswell. The bakery had become a beacon of wonder, and stories of the magical produce spread throughout the land. And people began coming from all over to try the food at the bakery, to taste these magical tastes, these healing breads and pastries. And Nyra's bakery, once just a place of humble beginnings, now more vibrant and alive than ever. And where there was once an uncertainty of whether Nyra could afford to pay the increased rent, now the register rang loud, and the threat of closure which had hung over her, leading her on her journey, was now no longer a risk. She was now able to afford the increase in rent, while having more business, more customers than ever before, bringing more joy to the people of Kingswell and those who visited Kingswell just to try the produce from the bakery. And one night, Nyra closes the doors to her bakery with a smile in her heart. She went home to her cottage. She enjoyed a meal in front of the fire. She reflected on the last few months, on her time travelling through the land, seeking the mushroom, before returning to Kingswell, and how busy she has been since being back, and how that time now almost seems like a distant memory, and almost doesn't seem real. And yet she's so proud of her accomplishments. And the joy she brings to the village she loves. And after eating her food, and the fire burning out, she rests there a moment still, petting her cat, before heading to bed, settling down in bed. so deeply, so comfortably, a little moonlight shining in through the window, casting its silvery glow, and gentle dancing, peaceful shadows. And with that, her eyes begin to close deeper and deeper. And she finds herself drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland.